you've ever been doing? Oh, I see. The dirtiest fast food place you've ever been doing, at least in Florida. Dairy Queen's probably the dirtiest around here that I've been to. Consistently, Dairy Queen's disgusting. We have pretty strict sanitary restrictions, but then again, I used to work in food service cleanliness, so I know what slips through the cracks. But enough of me babbling. Year 120 of the Absolute Realm. Longdeath. I guess at the end of the day, though, I run my stream the way I want to, and always will run my stream the way I want to, without really giving a fuck about what other people think. And if you like that, cool. We're gonna get along just fine. All right, let's slaughter some unicorns. So I have a whole bunch of unicorns now. These are all unicorns. It's time to start slaughtering some unicorns. I'm gonna keep breeding couple breeding foals alive. Basically, I'm not gonna slaughter any of the foals, I think. But I'm gonna slaughter everything else. Yep, there we go. Plenty of foals. Actually, you know what? I'll leave one female unicorn alive. There you go. One female. The rest are all going to get slaughtered. When did I get those? How did I get those? It took about 100 years. Trading with elves, and after about 100 years of trading with elves, eventually, we managed to get a breeding pair of unicorns. So, currently, we have some weird shit going on. We stopped getting migrants again. This is the second time this has happened. There was a period early on in Longdeath, I want to say in like the 40s, the first 50 years, where we stopped getting migrants for about 15 years. Kind of for no reason. So I reached out to one of the local hillixes, and we got some merchants. Now, merchants used to be super bugged to the point where they would never, where they couldn't do any jobs, right? However, because you can request workers from local hillixes, right? So I requested workers, and they sent over merchants, which are they're basically peasants. They have no skills. But at the very least, in the current version of the game, they can actually do work. So I've got them helping out, and they are functioning. Alongside of them, we actually got some old dwarves back. So Metzus came back, who was or is married to somebody, I think, who's now dead. Anyway, was married to somebody who was tantruming a whole bunch, and also actually, what was married with where is he? What is the name of that dwarf? I could look for his corpse, but I want to say he committed a crime and was sentenced to death. Let me check this. Anyway, we got some we got some, I think it was Board Guy actually. Who that dwarf was married to? It was Board Guy, I'm pretty certain. Anyway, Board Guy committed crimes and was put to death. So it's fine. Unless I'm like mistaken, which I don't think I am. But I certainly can't find any tombs. So let's just use all these for burial. Figure out if that dwarf is actually here. But anyway, Board Guy was married to that dwarf. So that dwarf was expelled alongside of Board Guy, who was one of the early tantrumers. Yeah, there you are. Board Guy, this dwarf. So no, Board Guy didn't die. But Board Guy is utterly harrowed by the nightmare that is his tragic life. So supposedly, if you boot somebody out of your fortress and then bring them back later, it actually resets their mental state. But they keep their overall, like, harrowed status. So this dwarf is very harrowed, very upset, very pissed off. But They have lots of happy moods. So maybe they'll recover a little bit. I don't know. They were tantruming a little bit earlier, but they seem to have stopped. So it's interesting because when they come back together, they came back as a couple, but they're no longer married, which I thought was interesting. So yeah, we brought back this dwarf as well as Board Guy and then the handful of merchants to kind of pad out the population a little bit because we were getting a little low. So hopefully that fixes itself and we start getting migrants again. It probably will eventually. Just give it 15 odd years. Yeah. Just give it a couple dozen more years. We have all of the unicorn population, which we slowly traded for over a very long period of time from the elves. We still have our sheep and our alpacas. We have our above ground mushroom farms up here. The size of the fort is still bloody big. And we're going to continue working on the bloody big size of it. As far as down here, I'm just kind of making more gigantic statue halls, which is what that really long hallway is around the edge. Just a giant statue hall. I should probably work on the lower bedroom suites, but down here is the other statue hall, which we are working on. The nice little maze, the other mushroom farm, the drains down at the base, the lower coin chamber, and the way down to the cavern lair. Nothing breaks up marriage like a good exile. Yeah, but it's funny because when I recalled them, it brought them both back as if they were still a married couple, which I think is very interesting. And I also don't know why my brain shut off for a minute there when I was trying to remember the name of Board Guy. Anyway, we're working on silver bins and various other things, and slaughtering unicorns. So things are pretty good. As far as named dwarves go, the named dwarves in the fort are Eternal, who's the captain of the guard, Apostle II, Scrumpet, Vuzel, Trumpet Battery, Axon II, Swoos, Gimper II, Pedinsky II, Metsus Graven, Anander II, Novi, Danny UG, Narvicius, Smash D, Sathados, Black Hole, Mad Hijinks, Ara, Chimp, Focal Fury, Board Guy, Vinsati, Selowick, Pablo, Dragonman, Sui. By the way, Sui's husband was sentenced to death, and then the mayor who sentenced her husband to death married her within a week. So that happened. Wave Thrash, Cryo, Brander Buddy, Sparkly, Lord Floof, Trumpet Dog, Cheers Jamie, Polking, B-Lug, Gate Nerd, Red, Taurus, Dreadvic, Bastet II, Hazard Jeff, who's married to Bastet, Diamond Destruct, Patolus, Free, Goldpoke, or Freeways rather, Goldpoke, Simplex, and Kibbs, the Bard. Does IRL Sue even know about this? I'm not sure. Good question. She is 107 years old. Considering she was born in this fort, she's an old dwarf. But anyway, yeah, so today's probably going to be a lot more of what we were doing last time, which is just kind of chilling and dealing with boulders and getting the dwarves to do basic crafts. Not doing any major construction, because major construction is kind of taxing on the dwarves' mental state. And continuing to get more tributes and trading and hoping that you're a child. Yes, you're a child. You made an artifact, Freeways. She is blissful after sleeping in a bedroom like a personal palace, and alarmed after seeing Omnivore die. You see those that attempt to maintain a dignified and proper behavior to be vain and offensive, respects the development of skill, and is somewhat put off by trade and commerce. Finds the pursuit of knowledge as a waste, and dreams of crafting masterwork, and you already completed it. So, I mean, for a 4-year-old, you've already completed your goal in life, which is kind of sad, because it's all downhill from here. I mean, of course you felt blissful after creating that artifact. Who wouldn't feel blissful after creating an artifact? But yeah, that's kind of the status. Also, we have a vampire who is dead. Well, dead to us anyway. Dead to the world. This vampire is Zaloro, who's in a berserk rage. Because we made this vampire had to tantrum in order to become a vampire. And when the vampire tantrumed, punched a statue in the temple and became a vampire, obviously. The problem is, when after this dwarf murdered somebody, we had to put him in prison for 220 days to finish his crimes. He went berserk while in prison, which means he's lost it. So he's immortal, will never die. So he lives in this room now. We sealed it off. He's chained up. It's kind of cool. Down in the basement, we of course still have 2 Ettins, a cage giantess, 2 cage giantess, a minotaur, a forgotten beast, and another forgotten beast, and also another Ettin. They all live in the basement. We're trying to breed the Ettins. Maybe release him when we get attacked. I mean, nah. Am I thinking of weaponizing the vampire? No, you can't weaponize something that's in a berserk internal rage, because it'll just attack everything, and I have no way of releasing it. So, no. No, it'll live there forever. There's no way, really, to weaponize something. Also, no reason to weaponize something when you're not at war with anything. I mean, I could throw it into the basement, but I kind of like the idea of just having a vampire in a room there. If it wasn't berserking in an internal rage, or eternal rage, I'd consider it, but like there's really nothing I can do with it, so no, not thinking of weaponizing the vampire. Just realized something. What is that? There's a buzzard's leg there. Huh. Wonder how long that's been there. But no, that vampire will just live there forever. I mean, the vampire isn't part of the fort, so there's literally nothing I can do with it. It's like the equivalent of having a were creature that's just eternally a were creature. It's berserk. There's literally nothing I can do with it. It's completely useless. I was absolutely going to do my best to try and make it into some sort of oh, it's fighting with a cave toad. I was absolutely going to try and do something with it, but it went berserk. Once something goes berserk, there's nothing you can do with it. It's basically a hostile creature. So I can't weaponize it, can't put it in the military, can't do anything with it. It's just, it might as well be dead. Yeah, apparently there's just a buzzard leg, like, bugged out somewhere. I don't know how long that's been there. Probably a very long time, because it had dump selected on it. Something I should really do. We have a good number of bins. Just thought I'd point that out. Also, to those of you asking if I'm thinking about weaponizing things, you forget the point of this fortress. We're not at war with anybody, and we never intend to be at war with anybody. This fortress is failing, potentially, if we end up at war with people. The whole point of this fort is to do our damnedest to not go to war with anybody. So, we're trying to outlive everything, not kill things. Blazing metal bins? Are you high? Making silver? Sheesh. I mean, I guess in theory, I could try and buy fancy metals from the elves and then, like, set them on infinite repeat, but... Which part of archery being broken? are we talking about here? Yeah, that'll happen. All of the animals I forgot to butcher that starve to get death in cages when they get caught. And I need to empty those out every so often. Okay, but here's the thing, like, you can make archery work. It's not good, but you can make it work. I don't know if that necessarily means it needs to be fixed, but... That's what I thought. That's gonna get a... That's supposed to get an overhaul around the same time that, Oh, what system is that? It's supposed to get an overhaul around the same time that sieges are getting an overhaul, right, Cooler? Yep, that buzzard's leg is still there. That's fine. You don't remember? Yeah, I thought that those two are supposed to just get overhauls at the exact same time. Or not the exact same time, but those are both planned for overhauls. Tarn's been talking as well about, well, for years, I guess, about the future of what if they... Oh, board guy's throwing a tantrum. Thought I need to follow. There you are. There's also, of course, the potential future of what if enemy soldiers burrowed. Doesn't seem like any crimes were committed yet. Oh, you're gonna go start a fist fight? With who, though? Hopefully with somebody in public. Yep, that was in public. Which means you're going to go complain to a cop. Did you just punch a child? No, you didn't. For a second there, I thought he punched freeways. Are you going to go beat up a pig? You're going to go beat up a pig. You went and punched a pig. That pig did nothing wrong. It's 2 counts of disorderly conduct. Or 1 count, 2 witnesses. What's your conviction? I totally don't care if this dwarf gets put to death, by the way. After Captain of the Guard finishes storing this in the barrel, you'll be issued your next task. Where are you putting this? That's a food stockpile? That shouldn't have food in it. What? Why did you just put food in that? Excuse me? Oh, you're gonna go chain him up. Yay! Board guy goes to prison. Was to look delicious. That pig looked too much like bacon! And I like to punch bacon when I'm angry! Or something like that. Hello, Cook's Fish. Feels repentant after being confined. That's good. Felt pleasure near a wonderful table. Admiration near a completely sublime seat. You like your prison cell there much? Let's put some more statues in here. See if that helps. I mean, patiently excited and patiently waiting for the magic update. That'd be me. I just, like, don't see the point in getting excited for that shit anymore. So because that vampire is chained up technically, even if I let him out, totally can't get out. I'm kind of tempted to like carve fortifications in the walls. I was confined, I repent, I repent. That is the best possible thing in my experience for someone who's been thrown in prison to think about, is repenting. How many things have you killed? You killed Spitalier and Vinsati. Spitalier in year 17 and Vinsati in year 28. And that is why that dwarf got expelled initially. You're fighting with a pig? Oh, never mind. The pig's fighting with the pig's self because the pig's just sitting there vomiting. Fair. I'm going to queue up some beverages and some meals. What kind of project? The fort currently really isn't undergoing any project. I mean, there's the unicorn population quelling project, so I can make unicorn hats for everybody. I don't know how much leather I have. There we go. Let's make some unicorn leather caps. But like, aside from that, we're not really undergoing any projects right now. We're just kind of sustaining currently. I go through periods of like trying to do a lot of projects and just kind of letting the dwarves exist. And currently I'm just letting the dwarves exist. So it's just kind of a matter of closely watching the dwarves, trying to clear out these boulders and, you know, filling in more statues because look at all them lead statues. I got lots of them. So, I mean, I'm making this into a giant statue garden, basically. Is there any reason to not automate food and booze production? I like to play the video game, not let the video game play itself. I never automate booze, ever. I'd rather just keep an eye on my levels and adjust accordingly. Did I put an iron stand in here somewhere? I totally did. So is there any reason to? I don't care. Basically is the actual answer. You don't need to automate it, so why bother? I always end up screwing up the if-then statements anyway. Because my brain doesn't work that way. I'd rather micromanage it. I know exactly how much I have. And pay attention to it. It's not like this game's complicated. Why bother, like, automating stuff when you could just, you know, play the game? Also, investments are open if you wish to invest your tickets. Need to get all of those statues out of the one side. And then you immediately invest. I'm getting mixed signals from you. Is today not the day to invest or what? And then this iron one goes into the tavern. Is that a real investment, Tapioca? Did you really have 19,386? Dude, the new Pog of the day is pretty good. I like today's Pog. This might actually be my favorite Pog. I'm just saying. Oh no! I'm so sorry, B-Lug. Spring has arrived. B-Lug the scribe has been found dead. Was an old fucking dwarf. He was like 160. Wrote many books. Told many stories. Sang many songs. Told many a poem, performed at the tavern. Died of old age. Natural causes, yep. On that note, the annual tribute from Busty Just Smuck has arrived. And let's see where B-Lug's corpse gets buried. Holy shit! So, first off, you died while hauling a statue. You were literally hauling a statue. You were wearing a masterwork quality pigtail vest, cap, mitten, sock, trousers, right glove, shoe, and shoe. You had good taste in clothing. Oh, you had unmatching gloves. You were wearing earring, bracelet, amulet, bracelet, crown, ring, spider silk cloak, and you were carrying a lead statue. Amulet, you had a leather hood, pigtail, shirt, a diorite crown, an earring, a bone ring, crown, bracelet, ring, crown, ring, earring, ring, earring, amulet, earring, rock crystal ring. Where did we get that from? This is a well-crafted rock crystal ring. It was decorated with goat horn. It is adorned with hanging rings of horse bone and finely crafted green zircon. That must have been a gift. We didn't make that. A diorite earring, an amulet, bracelet, a ring, an earring, a crown, a bracelet, a ring, an amulet, a bracelet, all the way up. Oh, also above you is Mad Hijinks. I was like, are you wearing a dwarf? Yes. Yeah, it must have been from one of the tributes. All I'm saying is that dwarves in Dwarf Fortress give Final Fantasy a run for their money for weird blingy things hanging off of them. Instead of buckles and belt straps, it's crowns, rings, earrings, amulets, and bracelets. A tribute from the group of alchemy of the year in the year 126. Ooh, a large rock crystal, 5 llama cheese, 1 raw crystal glass. Did you need me to screenshot this, or do you got this, Stone? What happened? B-Lug died of old age. Goats. You have it? Good to know. B-Lug died of old age. He's been in this fort for many a decade. Many a decade. With their 2 accessory slots. I was more talking about like Final Fantasy like 13 stuff, but okay, who's coming to haul this body? Someone is. The Council of Men gave us that rock crystal ring. Must have been friends with somebody from the Council of Men. Probably kept it as an heirloom. You need a license to wear accessories in Final Fantasy? I never played those Final Fantasies. I just like to make the jokes about it. Also, that is a very important clip that Cooler just linked of another dwarf with standards. And also, the elves have arrived for annual trading. I think that Belug can get a statue. You're not wrong. We are 1 year into a short world for it, yeah. I'm sure the elves will very much appreciate the meat pots, as meat is a delicacy that they refuse to harvest themselves. You need to unlock licenses for everything you want to equip, including pants? Huh. All right. Seems kind of silly. We made 10 unicorn leather caps. Excellent. The quest for unicorn clothing begins. The 121st year of Longdeath. You know, I said when I hit year 100, I'll believe that I'm actually going to finish this fort. I think when I hit year 500, I'll actually believe that I'm going to finish this fort. I want to believe I'm going to finish this fort, and I think I'm going to finish this fort. Uh-oh. My mayor just ended a mandate. Also, board guy, are you still in prison? You were repentant after being confined. Not much improvement. You'll really believe it at year 990? Dude, when I have the last 10 years left, I might just, like, do a marathon stream or something. Board guy slipped into depression? That's totally okay with me. And we'll have to tip off all of our favorite video game journalists who write stories about DF and be like, this crazy Twitch streamer has kept the stream of a Dwarf Fortress alive, has kept this one Dwarf Fortress alive for 1,000 years. Oh my god. Smiley face. So you're getting a statue and an engraving for you. Be luck. I mean, I might go for 1,001 years with the Steam version. Put the rock crystal ring in the tomb. Not a bad idea, actually. Let's put it on the malachite pedestal. I think I bought those from the elves. Because the elves bring weird pedestals. Bum 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 bum. Engraved on the wall is a superior designed image of Belug, the dwarf, and it did the knowledge falter. The Pig Parchment Choir by Sparkly. Belug is raising, did the knowledge falter. The artwork relates to the creation of Did the Knowledge Falter in Longdeath by the dwarf Belug in the mid-autumn of 68. Well, I don't have malachite in the fort, and I've bought a lot of weird pedestals from elves, so this checks out. You know, it's a pity this menu doesn't have a search function. I don't know why books are in here, but they are. Did the knowledge falter? Let's see if I can find the original copy of Did the Knowledge Falter. That's a lot of pots. Oh, hey, look. Honeybee wax honeycomb. That or maybe just find a book authored by Belag. Authored by Sparkly. Cheers, Jamie. Authored by Animal. Lots of copies of the History of Beliefs. And start your day with the Mountain Halls. And the Guild of Vines, Problems and Solutions. Question, what actually is broken about them, Tapioca? For a while there, I was putting all books into the, or all original copies into a specific room, but The Meaning of Ignorance, authored by the great Pedinsky, Vinsati. Belag was my longest living author, though. God, there's so many copies of the History of Beliefs. Migration, A New Approach. Authored by Belag. You know what? I'll put that book in there. That's the first copy of Migration, A New Approach. It's not awful, but not very good either. You know, we'll give you that one. Mostly because I don't feel like digging that far. The Screw, my love. That's a beautiful name. I love it. Freeways. Absolutely glorious. Put item on display. Here it comes. I have no idea. I'm not keeping track of natural versus unnatural deaths, so there's no way for me to tell. And it's not a small number. The majority of them have died of old age. More die from old age than die from blunt force trauma. Oh, board guy's out of prison. Gratitude, repentant. Still not enough to actually save you, though. All right, we should go trade with these elves. Search function soon. Yeah, search function on every menu. Can't wait. There you go. Masterpiece statue of Belug has been crafted. So we can hit BS and make you a statue. Let's also place that lead one. Then we'll have to check it. Vuzel has cooked a masterpiece. Good stuff. It's a pity, like, the glowing cloth strings, right? They need to bring me, like, glowing metal or something. So I can, like, melt it. It's a lot of statues. There is, last time I checked, 1,600 statues in this fort. How you doing, Logic? Hey, chat, when we hit the end of this fort, like, when we come down to the wire and finish it up, do you guys think that there is going to be a large influx of people to see this fortress through to the final year? Or do you guys think, like, it'll just kind of be a, oh, blind's done? That's something that I'm very curious to see. That's what I'm actually the most interested in. I'm really curious to see what the actual, like, oh, Longdeath is finished looks like. Yeah, exactly. I want to be able to take apart the cloth strings. Make a big old banner out of flaming cloth. I mean, it could be a lot more. Depends on the marketing. Yeah. 2,000 something. It's 2,700. Uh-oh. Game, are you okay? There we go. Don't hold down in that menu. That's bad. Or just, like, invite him to do an interview during the finale. Like the last year of Longdeath. There's a human diplomat that's tantruming. Oh, that sucks. I once had a dwarf show up, like just a visitor, like just a bard, who tantrumed almost immediately and tried to kill my expedition leader. The problem is I fucked up, Tapioca. I fucked up. I haven't been documenting the fort enough to really be able to do summaries. 100 years and 100 seconds. Do you want to edit that? Do you want to download that many VODs? Where would I keep them? I don't have that many hard drives. I have 17 terabytes of space. I don't have that many hard drives. But you're more than welcome to go through every single one of the VODs on YouTube and clip bits into 100 years and 100 seconds. How big are we talking? Well, one full-size Twitch VOD is probably around 30 to 40 gigs. Because I stream at 1080 60. So... at a pretty high bit rate. So are they that big? No, but I ain't storing all that shit. No, they're archived on Twitch and they're archived on YouTube. I don't have local copies now. But if you want to edit that, be my guest. I do a lot of editing, and that's out of my realm of time. The problem with things like that is people don't realize how long it takes to do stuff like that. That's funny logic. You know, like there's also a group of people on YouTube that are like, how about instead of uploading the 5-hour VOD, you just chop it down to a 30-minute highlight or a 15-minute highlight? I'm like, well, I did that twice. And it took me like 3 hours per. I don't have that much time in my day. I have 17 terabytes, but most of them are in my other computer. I have 3 terabytes in this computer. I got a 2 terabyte hard disk for just videos. And then the rest is like, yeah. They don't understand the time it takes? No, they don't. No, I would need to literally hire a full-time employee to do that. Well, part-time employee, which you guys are very generous and fund me on Patreon and Twitch. You don't fund me that well. Maybe if I was getting like $5,000 a month, I could consider it, but could hire some assistants or an editor, but we'd be talking like, even then it wouldn't be much, because I have a friend who does editing for a YouTuber, and I once asked him, just out of curiosity, I'm like, how much is it to hire somebody like you to do professional quality editing for like streams where you cut it down to 10-minute highlights for every stream? And he goes, about $200 a video. I'm like, well, yep, okay. Just because of how many hours it takes him to pay him a fair hourly wage. Mr. Touch Shriek, what's up? It's good to see you. And yeah, I don't make that much. Even with that, I mean, Twitch does that naturally, but even with that, it doesn't help. It doesn't help. It really doesn't. Like, Tapioca, you do not understand. You do not understand. Like, I'm doing those tutorials, but I'm not going to do any highlighting for Longdeath. I do not want to set that precedent. You do not understand how much time that shit takes. Even if it's like, oh, I cut 3 clips out and edit them together per, I would have, 1, had to have started from the beginning and done that from day 1. And 2, it would then set a precedent for all my forts going forward. I don't want that. I want people to watch the VODs. So, yeah. Even if it's not 6 days a week, B-Lug. Like, even if it's only, like, what's the word I'm looking for? Even if it's only, like, like 4 VODs a week, that's or 2 VODs a week, that's still more than I can afford. 1 VOD a month is kind of about what I could afford, maybe. But, like, let's just say this, right? I stream 8 to 12 hours a day, sometimes more than that if I'm doing the night streams too, right? If I'm editing a video, add in another 10 to 15 minutes. Or if I'm editing VODs, it's like 10 to 30 minutes in the evening to get the VODs out to YouTube. That's how long it takes me to get stuff up onto YouTube, generally, about 10 to 30 minutes, depending on how big the VODs are and how quick Twitch decides to export. If I'm downloading VODs and editing them, that is about an hour to get everything downloaded, then a couple hours for editing, then a couple hours for uploading. If I'm just doing clips, that's about 2 hours. So if it's like 4 or 5 clips cut together to make look nice, I'm not the fastest editor in the world. It's like 21K a year. Yeah. Yeah, which is more than I make. So yeah, it's just not really doable. The problem with topics like this is the only way I could heavily document this is if I was basically doing what I'm doing for Dayforts, but for Longdeath, and if I started at the beginning. Like, basically, on day one, if I had a document where I was screenshotting and documenting stuff all the way, then I could have done it, but I didn't do that from the beginning, so there's no point in starting now. Would the world grow change? Yeah. In ways. I'm not certain whether or not oh, we have a new mayor. Urvad. Golden Jungle became the mayor of the Saber of Prophecy, replacing Tun. Cool. Yeah, no, the world totally does change. I mean, this Dwarven faction right here, these forts, had these guys when we started. Just those 4. And now they have all of these. This fort has been destroyed and reclaimed twice. These goblins are slowly spreading out onto this peninsula. These humans went from just 2 little huts down to this whole city. These humans haven't spread at all. This goblin patch is slowly growing. This goblin patch isn't growing, and I'm convinced it's because my mountain home is constantly in locked combat with them. So yes, it does grow and change. And this isn't just a short world. This is literally a year 5 start. Yeah, just like, yeah, it's very, the problem is, Tele, is it's very easy to sound like I'm just saying, no, can't do that, write it off. But I don't think people realize how many hours I work. Like, as it is with what I'm currently doing, I stream about 220 to 240 hours a month. That's just streaming. So if we're talking streaming 220 to 240 hours a month, most people who work a 40-hour job don't work that much. Now, then add in all of the time around that I spend editing, all of the time around that I spend doing other things related to work, like doing secret streams on Discord or just interacting and managing shit. And then combine that with extra videos that I edit, or the news videos that I do, or setting stuff up for Patreon, or playing games off stream to figure out how to play them to be able to stream them. It's like the amount of actual hours that I put into this is a little bonkers. So, and then when it's like, oh, just do a short highlight every day. It doesn't matter how big or small it is. If we're talking almost, because I stream Longdeath about 4 days a week. If we're talking 4 days a week, I need to edit another video and upload that. Even if it's just like an hour per video, that's suddenly an extra 4 hours a week plus like 16 hours a month. So anyway, as far as what we'll probably do with Longdeath leading up towards the end is we'll probably I mean, we're far away off that, but you were the 4th person to ask me that today, Shadow Dragon. Yes. Don't like it. Why is everybody asking me about Cataclysm in the last 48 hours? Jesus, man. That game is so disgustingly overbloated and overdeveloped. It's upsetting. You just found out about it? Okay, cool. Good for you. Ugh. I did not take it as a shoot the idea down. I thought it was, I thought, it was a thought. I was curious and I figured I would ask. Yeah, no, totally. I mean, and how about I slap you, Orange? Have you ever tried Minesweeper? I've never heard of Minesweeper. That sounds interesting, though. Who is the last WoW expansion? I've actually never played WoW. So no, I haven't played Cataclysm era WoW. But TLDR on my opinions on Cataclysm. It's extremely bloated. I don't particularly like overly bloated games. I mean, shoutouts to Morden, because Morden's statement was actually funny, Orange. Yours was just an eye roll. But sometimes an eye roll knee slap's good. Chat slap recipient for a beer. No, it's all good, Shadow Dragon. My kind of statement on Cataclysm is I just no. just no. If you want to watch Cataclysm, watch Form. I mean, I dislike games that have features for the sake of features. I like games that have features with logical design decisions behind it, right? And I feel like it's every other day I have this discussion about Cataclysm, but it's not even that it's overwhelming. Overwhelming is fine. But the issue with CDDA is it just has things for the sake of having things. It doesn't have things with any real logic behind it. I like games that have things with logic behind it, with reason. I really need, part of the reason I really need to just let the dwarves do nothing for a bit is because I need them to make more babies. I need them to breed! Well, I mean, it also gets updated every 30 minutes, Burger. This is actually part of the reason why I tend to avoid a lot of open source games. Open source shit's great. Don't get me wrong. But open source games tend to... It's very rare that you have an open source game that actually has a very coherent ethos amongst the people working on it. Everybody kind of wants the game to be something slightly different, and everybody has a slightly different idea of where the design should go. And so the result is you get a game that doesn't get more complex in an interesting way. You just have a game that gets bigger, which is cool, and some people love that. I find that obnoxious. And like, I talk to people who play a lot of CDDA who've played it for a really long time, and they all kind of say the same thing, which is, I really liked X version X period of time ago. And it's always a different version, and it's always a different period of time ago. And the current version is like, ugh. And I'm not a fan of that. You know, I play Dwarf Fortress, which updates once a year maybe, right? When it gets to the point where you're trying to last as long as possible in CDDA run with only a vibrator as a weapon, you realize replayability is definitely in the eyes of the beholder. Yes. When they add cat girls because they can, I kind of squint and go, really? Do we need that? I thought this was a realistic survival simulator. No, I mean, when it comes to big open world roguelikes, I'll play Caves of Cud. What's CDDA again? Cataclysm Dark Days Ahead. It was originally a big open world zombie survival game with very realistic car simulation, and now it's a thing. And that is the first resub of the day.
416,667-year-old sub baby.
3.416667-year-old sub baby. Thanks for the 41th month. Welcome back. Cheers. Yeah, it really did butcher that one. How you doing, Tredge? It's good to see you. Thank you very much for the first resub of the day. The first notification of the day. The first anything of the day. A royal treasurer from Passor Ul has arrived. If you want CDDA stuff, watch Vorm. Vorm's got good CDDA stuff. And even he's constantly pissed off at CDDA. Which is why he goes off and plays 7 Days to Die for months on end. And a human caravan has arrived to trade. I don't think he's streaming CDDA today. He hasn't streamed CDDA in a while. He's been playing Old World. Yeah, he's playing Old World. You'd have to go to YouTube to find him doing that stuff. I mean, his series are just like my streams. Cool. Well, I mean, then go watch him. I get very question marky when people openly shout out other people's streams in my chat. It's like, we can talk about other streamers, but like, let's not be like, he's doing this at this time. It's like, I bet, on behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me extend my greetings to your people. There is much to discuss. I did, yes. So if you want to watch CDDA, go watch him. Leave me alone about it. Or if you want to see something hilarious, ask him to stream Dwarf Fortress. You'll get almost exactly the same answer from him. There is much. What do you require of our merchants? Because I actually find that really funny. Is he gives people almost the exact same answer about DF. It's hard to keep it fresh. I think he's bored shitless of CDDA, which is what he stated. So. On behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me bid farewell to you and your stout dwarves. And I'm tired shitless of talking about CDDA, and people keep fucking bringing it up. So if you want to go talk about CDDA, leave my channel. Go talk about it to somebody else. I'm tired of it. Like, literally, I'm so bloody tired of talking about CDDA. Other than they won't send more? What happens if you kill diplomats from another country? And they figure out that you've killed their diplomats. What do I really think? I think that if you ask me to do that, I'll time you out. That's what I really think. Dangerous terrain. Oh, too much water fell. Good question, Stone. That'd be cool. I mean, if you can have no witnesses, they won't figure it out for a bit. But they'll start to wonder why their wagons are disappearing. And eventually they'll just invade you. Basically, like, if you can... If you can kill all of them without them noticing... or without anyone getting away, rather, not without them noticing. They'll keep sending caravans. If they keep disappearing, they'll figure it out, and they'll invade you. Or if they witness it, they'll invade you. It's kind of a, you're going to start a war if you do that situation. If you want to see me doing that, go watch the VOD that I put up of Day 4's Day 0, Week 0. Day 4's Week 0, we did that. No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying don't get caught. And be ready for war. No, not murder in moderation. Don't get caught and be ready for war. If you're going to do that, be ready for war. Because they will invade you. No. You send them off. It's exactly the same as the last time you played, probably. That is planned, but it's not a thing. I actually don't want that, though. I'm not... I don't know. I know how the... I feel like in order for them to do that, I'd want... I'd want the enemy... Or not the enemy. The fortress and AI fort layouts to be overhauled before they do that. Take control option? I have no idea if it'll be optional, so I'm not going to start stating things because people have this habit of me stating things about Dwarf Fortress development and then taking it as fact. It's like, but you said this. It's like that. Yeah, but that's not a fact. What? Sure, I'll buy one camel spleen. Take all that. Well, it's not that they're well organized, it's just they're all very similar. And I feel like if you were taking control over the raids, it would be just tedious. I know that at some point, Tarn wants the entire world to be interconnected from fort modes, so instead of just having the one map, you just have the whole world. But, like... that maybe we'll get that in 15 years. So I don't know. I'm not really one to go like, I want this feature. Can we do this yet? I'm looking forward to this feature because like with everything in DF, it's all so far off. I'm just not going to worry about it. Like there's literally no reason to look forward to that shit. It's really funny, Orange, when people call me out is like, you're just making things up in these news videos. None of this is accurate information. And then I give them all of the sources. I've had people do that to me a couple of times on YouTube. It's like, here is where I get all of my information. And half of them are like timestamps from my own interviews with Tarn. Bored guy's throwing another tantrum. Nothing has changed. Export of bolts. Cool. It's very ambitious, like a kid in a candy store. I wouldn't call Tarn a neckbeard. That's rude. Neckbeard is an incredibly derogatory term. Nobody really likes being called a neckbeard, my dude. Also, sup, Redbeard. Those things. Just got murdered by his own guards. Well, then you didn't do it. It's not your fault. That's kind of great, though. I love that. That shit's awesome. Everybody loves that story, which is why it's told again and 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 again. And what was I talking about? Oh yeah, cats. And again and again and again and again and again and again. You know, it's funny, like, I'd be willing to bet that if somebody did a poll, that a large portion of people who loosely follow DF still think that thermonuclear cat explosions and cats dying in taverns are both still things. Be willing to bet both of those things. People, the majority of people who loosely follow DF still think both of those things are accurate. Stop, please. I'm sorry. Diplomat threw his glove in the direction of a hammerman and the guard guy got pissed and killed him. Cool. I like it. What's up, Novi? Fuck, he's in a recursive loop. We must reboot streamer. Exploding booze stockpiles? That still happens. If it catches fire. You mean cat explosions, not explosions. I know you don't. Thermonuclear explosions are a thing. They're just bad when they happen. If you want thermonuclear explosions, though, you gotta go play Case of Cut. Hmm? Exactly, Tapio. Or like when someone here modded lava to be a drinkable substance.
Nuclear vessels.
That was maybe one of my favorite clips I've seen on my Discord ever. It's like, so what happened when you embarked on a volcano with lava as a drinkable substance and no alcohol? Well, what do you think happened? They all combusted. He modded lava to have the same properties as water, but maintain the same temperature. Which is very, very, very amusing. Do I turn off aquifers? Why would I turn off aquifers? Aquifers are easy to deal with. Even heavy aquifers are pretty easy to deal with if you know what you're doing. Light aquifers are like a steady drip, which is like, oh, they just dry up faster than they fill up most of the time anyway. Someone hasn't played the most recent version. So they actually changed how aquifers work. Aquifers used to just be heavy aquifers, so all aquifers were a pain in the ass. But now we have three types of aquifers. We have light aquifers, which are like a fine mist. We have varied aquifers, which are varied. So in some places they're a little stronger, in some places they're a little weaker. And then we have heavy aquifers. Heavy aquifers are like the old aquifers and are quite rare now. Basically, aquifers are actually realistic now instead of just being a torrent of endless water that instantly drowns you. So instead of just like digging 1 foot down and getting a geyser, you dig down and you get a little bit of water dribbling in. So no. Also, I never disabled aquifers. Even back in the day, it's like I really like embarking on partial aquifers because there's a lot of fun that you can do with that. This video is the best. Adobe Flash Player is blocked. Well, fuck. Grinding and annoying. I usually just settle somewhere cold, wait for them to freeze, and just dig through them. But yeah, no, it's... I wouldn't say it's necessarily grindy. You can do it pretty quickly if you know what you're doing. The merchants from Amon Abo have embarked on their journey. Dwarves are all singing and dancing. Oh, hey. Dreadvik is playing a rally wall. You're dabbling. The Umber Sweetness is a group social dance originating in the Fragrant Bear, which is a elven civilization. How do you interrupt in a text chat? Well, I'm confused. Yay! Someone re-upped it on a modern platform. Ah, yes, I've seen this. Those poor fucking cats, man. Also, who actually plays Dwarf Fortress with the default resolution? What the heck's wrong with some people? Also, investments are open. So playing with making water/water traps is whatever is usually why? I don't know what you mean. I really need to remove this. I really should just delete that from my music library. I mean, I would assume that you play traders, that you murder traders because video games bring out the worst in people, and people like to play out their murderous fantasies in video games. Oh no! Why do you have a bucket? That was just my assumption, because you seemed oddly obsessed with it initially. I actually think that the systems in which DF manages peace is much more interesting than how it manages war anyway. Which is why I've found this fortress so fucking interesting. I have a bucket, but it's not outside. It's underneath my counter, hidden, where I can't stub my toe on it. To put your picture frames in. You have a bucket to put picture frames in. But bucket is round. Picture frames is square. Wouldn't you use square thing to put picture frame in, like milk crate or box, rather than bucket? Just doesn't seem like the most optimal option there. I guess. Novi. Okay. Well, I don't need to discuss your morals with little images on your screen. Just realize how it reads, right? When you're just like, we could murder them like this, and that would be fun. Is there any ways that I could get away with it? So murder in minor amounts or whatever you were saying. It's like, just realize how it reads, regardless of how you feel or putting it that way for humor, because I'm very used to portions of the DF community using elves, for example, as a stand-in for Jews, and then making fucking concentration camps. So it's like, I think about the direction that it could go when you put that stuff as humor. Murder is horrible. Doesn't matter who you are, whether or not it's a video game or not, right? And so it's like, let's just maybe not dance on that line and just be like, well, you'll not invest it anymore. You're having a rough week, aren't you? Jesus, man. Those letters have families? Well, not necessarily, but it's when you talk about murder, especially in a text format, it reads as murder, right? Hey, Vin. So just realize, regardless of whether you're framing it as comedic, it's still murder. Oh, nothing, Diamond. I'm just babbling. It's a video game? Sure, but I see it every day, right? Well, maybe not every day, but there's a lot of people who genuinely think that murder in video games is hilarious and also the only optimal way to play. And so when somebody comes in to chat, and you know, you've been around for a while and you've been a pretty heavy supporter of the stream in the past, so like I know you, but like when somebody comes in and one of the first things they talk about is, first off, a game I don't play, which I get pestered to play a lot, followed by, let's murder. It's not a good look. Like, does that make any sense there? Like, it's not a great look. I mean, I'm a bit abrasive intentionally, and I'm not sorry. You know, it's just like one of the reasons I got so fucking tired of the RimWorld community, because there's a very large portion of that community that are fantastically wonderful people. And then there's a portion of that community that is so fucking obsessed with organ harvesting and cannibalism that that's all they ever want to talk about. It's all they ever want to talk about. And it's like, you think you are hilarious because you think you're the first person to make that joke today. In reality, you're the 78th person in the last 40 minutes to make that joke. I'm not that famous, so I don't get that many people watching. But, like, does that make sense? Like, you think you're hilarious because you think you're the only person who's made that joke today. I genuinely don't believe video games cause violence, but I do believe that video games bring out the worst in people in some instances. There's a difference between video games causing violence and video games bringing out the worst in people. Very big difference. Kind of trying to decide if I want to do some stuff with my greenhouse area. Most of my dwarves right now are actually just like taking part in demonstrations. We got a few that are planting seeds, but we've got a lot that are doing very different things. We've got a stone crafting demonstration going on. We got children playing make-believe. Got a bookbinding demonstration. We got meditating sessions. Dwarves praying. Then a few dwarves brewing drinks and preparing meals. The kitchens are bustling and active. Pig lung stool, stew, cave lobster, kangaroo tallow, roasts, pig meat roasts. Ooh, pork roast. Sheep brain, sheep roast, lamb roast, alpaca brain, alpaca lung, all roasts. High quality roasts. The Immortal Notch. My Baron Lasher Lord. That's a good name. I love it when dwarves get titles like that. It's always fucking cool. There's a line between trash talk and being a total douche. I don't think it's about trash talk, right? You know, I always kind of go back to one thing that I saw, and that was I was watching one of my teammates' streams. And, you know, me and my whole team, we've all played a lot of RimWorld over the years, right? Hey, VadTech, what's up? Fort Dwellers indeed. The old Fort Dweller. And the thing that I saw was I was watching their stream, and this person popped into chat and said, well, of course this streamer likes this game. There's cannibalism. As if that's the only thing that drives us to games. Wording it in that way. And this person just kept bringing this thing up over the span of about an hour until eventually they shut the fuck up and went away and did other things. They just kept bringing it up. It's like, well, of course you like this game. It has cannibalism. Obviously you like this game. It has cannibalism. You better like this game. It has cannibalism. Well, I mean, you can eat people, so obviously this game's good. They think they're hilarious. And, like, they're not doing it maliciously. But it's genuinely the most fucking obnoxious thing in the world. And I feel the exact same way about DF when people are just like, Dwarf Fortress is great. You can kill elves. Let's kill elves. Hey, how many elves have you killed today? What? You're trading with elves? You're supposed to be killing elves. Why are you trading with elves? Because I want a freaking batch of unicorns to raise. I mean, who doesn't want all of these tame unicorns that I've traded for from the elves? You know? Make good stock for your pot. I hate you, Elves, a lot. How you doing? Aren't elves supposed to make good stock for elves' pots? Not unless you're an elf. The aspect of DF is cool isn't that you kill elves, it's that you can design cool little mechanics that result in neat traps. Or alternatively, be friends with the elves, learn their cultures, and then sing their dances like my dwarves are doing. Come on, gate nerd. Coming around. You lost the update. How... But I lost update. I lost that update. How the new relations works, like kindred spirit? Question mark? I don't understand the question. Freeways. Are you asking like how do like what kindred spirit is like right before they're about to go start banging the other dwarf? Like what do you mean? It's right in the name. Sure, but are you sure you didn't misspell elf? Elf's a lot, not oaf's a lot. That's very elfy of you to say that elves make good stock for your pot. I'm just saying. I hope your afternoon's been good. Wanting more fun things to do with lava? You should try playing with water pressure. Like the time I made a giant silo and pumped a bunch of water into it, filled that up with giant spiked balls. Then when I opened it up, the water pressure went boom and sent all the spiked balls flying. Kindred spirit means like perfect friend. I mean, like, kindred spirit is like soulmates, but you're not actively having sex every other day. If that makes sense. I mean, isn't everyone one of us at their core? If you dig deep enough. I think my blood sugar is high. My head feels warm. Must have miscounted breakfast. I mean, I certainly hope humanity is more like elves than dwarves in reality. Because I'd rather Earth doesn't get converted into a great mining pit. As much as I love dwarves are great, but like, can we not do that to Earth? Let's do that to Mars or the moon, not Earth, right? Yeah, we need to be a little bit more like elves and humans than dwarves. Dwarves are a little bit self-destructive. An annual tribute from Baste Pime and an annual tribute from Nulan Abo have arrived. Stone, we got the thing. They showed up. Looks like they brought trap components. Spiked ball? Menacing spike? Corkscrew? Don't lick bees? What? Hi, animal. How about beehives?
Hello.
How about rum or wine? A menacing iron spike. A blue peafowl leather backpack. That human must have been strong. There is definitely no need to feel vengeful. But you do have a part in this. I'm just going to assume that you have this one ready. And 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Here's the thing, right? No. It's up to the player to not doing it. There's many, many, many things. Like, what? Here, hold on a second. The answer to the majority of your questions when the question is, did they patch if it's an exploit? The answer is probably no. Because from what I can tell, Tarn is one of those good game developers who's just like, people like this. We should leave it. Not one of those, this is a bug or an exploit. We should patch it. I mean, I don't ever dupe because that's cheating. But it's still very much there. That one doesn't scroll. It is terrifying. Ten termite ichor. How many termites do you need to kill to get 10 termite ichor? That isn't even giant termite ichor. That's just termite ichor. You don't like red? You don't like my second favorite color? As a communist, I have to... Actually, no, I'm more of a socialist than a communist, but... I'm just a dirty lefty. Ten termite ichor. That's the one that really stands out for me there. You know, I know that a copper cap is a hat made of copper, but a copper cap is something else. How about you just go do some research on Wikipedia logic? Instead of like asking very complicated, in-depth questions about government. You like money, so they both suck? Okay. I will stay in Canada with my socialized healthcare. So I am actually able to do this full time. We could all do to be a little bit more socialist. Good Lord. With so much stuff. In DF, you are the god? No, you are a god. Or rather, not a god, but you're an omnipotent being that is above gods. It's the reason I have a hard time deleting my worlds in DF sometimes. Freeways? Only in Twitch chat can you have somebody say, wait, what actually is the difference between socialism and communism? And I'm sitting here going, didn't you fuckers go to school? No, you're basically Q from Star Trek. You're an omnipotent being. Well, if you have DF hack installed, you're Q. If you don't have DF hack installed, you're like Q minus his fancy powers. With other PCs? You mean species? No, because I don't use DF hack. And I don't use Masterwork mod. Bum bum ba da da dum bum 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 ba da da dum. Your memory sucks? Fair. This may be unfair of me to say, but like it is kind of the first thing that pops into my brain when you ask questions like that. I mean, true. I guess in America, if the person that we're talking to happens to be from America, all they'd ever learn is capitalism business, fuck the little guy. Anyway. Money, money, money must be funny in a rich man's world. Fucking K-Kona. America, fuck yeah. Ugh, disgusting. Sure, Shadow Dragon. If I lived in the States, I wouldn't be able to stream full-time. I would have to move in with my parents and get a job with the best health insurance I could find, or alternatively be unemployed because in certain states it would be easier and more profitable for me to simply live off of benefits and basic unemployment insurance to be able to not die from lack of insulin. So, it's a heckin' big fort, Robotic. So, yes, your country does want to fuck the little guy. My name is Asteth. I am your liaison from the Mountain Homes. Let's discuss your situation. There is much to share. Information has been added to the civilizations and world info. What requests do you have of our merchants? Bring me all the wood so I don't upset the elves more than I need to. Well then, I have finalized the import agreement. Feel free to go over the documents. I mean, that's what I would have to do. Like, legitimately, that's what I would have to do, Flippercraft. I would have to stop streaming full-time and stop being unemployed. Yes, and you need to realize that what I said was humor and parody from the point of view of somebody who would literally be financially and literally completely, totally, and utterly fucked if I lived in that country. I wouldn't be able to live in my apartment by myself. I wouldn't be able to own my own business. I wouldn't be able to do any of that. I'm speaking from personal experience with parody and comedy. And you're taking it personally, which is silly. Don't do that. His parody bird humor. Peacock! Focal Fury, I look forward to our meeting next year. Our fortunes rise and fall together. You don't think I'd be fucked? I never graduated high school. The only jobs I've had outside of this are minimum wage jobs in gas stations, fast food. I don't have any computer science skills. I don't have anything that could get me a job in the games field. I've tried. I've applied for several jobs in the past 2 years, in fact. And I've been told by most of them, you need to have some sort of university degree. Experience isn't helpful here. Or multiple years of experience. I'd be fucked. Legitimately. I know people who are just as experienced as me in what I do, who used to do what I did full time, who got a debilitating disease, who are now fucked. So, like, what are you trying to tell me here? Are you trying to tell me you don't know what you're talking about? Or are you just trying to defend something that is a broken fucking system? Like, I literally don't see the end game here from what you're trying to say, Shadow Dragon. I really don't. I would have to get a job and live with my parents instead of owning my own business and living alone and paying my rent. Yes, and I would be broke. By the way, insulin in the States can be purchased from Amazon Prime for $400 a box. Right? $800 a box if you don't have Prime. It's about $160 in Canada without insurance. With insurance, it's free. Your system is fucked. And that's just insulin. That's not test strips. It's not lancets. It's not anything else that I need to not die. I'd be fucked. Fuck the little guy, is what your country says. I don't understand your point, Shadow Dragon. You're not going to change my opinion. You're not going to change my mind. You're not going to make me say anything differently. So what are you trying to accomplish here? I think your country is completely, totally, and utterly fucking broken. You're not changing that opinion. Yeah, at least you have freedoms. Forget dwarves, you're here for education. Yeah, well. Freedom to die of lack of healthcare? More or less, yeah. Well, I'd rather that dwarf falls into depression than tantrums again and murders somebody. I mean, if you dig down far enough, eventually you'll hit the nice molten core of the earth and burn up in your own hole, so. We're all stupid. The smartest people just admit that they're stupid and move on. I mean, I know I'm stupid. And you're the only one continuing the discussion. This is my place. right? And you don't disagree, you're just wrong. No, IR stupid is stupid. You're VadTech. Come on. A lot of dwarves have been getting into arguments recently. I wonder why that is. Foraging behavior is making you anxious. StupidSkull.com. It's like, whatever happened to you? Servant's burial chamber. Well, that answers that question. Oh, you're the one I wanted to select. You also passed away. Man. Black hole's still around, though. More porn shops help with that. I'm not certain that necessarily helps with that. Maybe more beer and dancing and time spent in the tavern. A series of bad embarks has really demoralized you? What do you mean by bad embarks? And what's demoralizing about it? I mean, the dwarves don't have internet yet. And internet is for porn. Is Brander Buddy still alive? Good question, actually. I apparently have a brain like a sieve today. Yep, you are. Like, I think you are. Quite happy, too. 55 years old. Born on the 23rd of Moonstone in the year 71. Wavy hair, long, braided. Eyebrows, extremely short. Small lobed ears that are somewhat narrow and a head that is somewhat narrow. Personally finds sacrifice to be one of the highest ideals. Has a deep respect for animals, plants, and the natural world. Is disgusted by merrymakers and is somewhat disgusted by romance. Is somewhat disgusted by romance. Greatly respects those that observe observe decorum and maintain their dignity. Thinks there is something deeply wrong with people that persevere through adversity and sees no value in holding back complaints and concealing emotions. Finds the leisure time wasteful. Finds the pursuit of skill mastery off-putting. Respects power. Dreams of raising a family and never becomes angry. No, short eyebrows. Did I say braided eyebrows? I think you are making stuff up, VadTech. All right, I must have misread. Wouldn't be the first time. You're probably old enough to braid your eyebrows. I can braid my hair. Can't braid my eyebrows. Give me another 30 years maybe. Axon, you not have a bed? You have a great bedroom with a chest, 2 cabinets, a weapon rack, and an armor stand. Why the fuck are you asleep on the floor? But dude. What, braiding eyebrows? I don't know. Maybe go to Google and type in braided eyebrows and see what happens. Anyways, apologies for the rants, but I really, really, really fucking hate when people who know literally nothing about me tell me things that they don't know. It's mildly disturbing to me. Probably just super drunk, although no longer there, so got up and left. That or like was hauling something heavy. I've never heard the term earbrow before, but sounds like they must need to be trimmed. It's a thing, but it requires makeup. I mean, if you shave hair, it grows back faster, right? Neighbors are playing fetch with their dog in their apartment above me again. For sound. I mean, I've heard the term ear beard before, but I've never heard the term ear brow. Is it a myth? It wouldn't surprise me if it's a wives' tale. But I do know that, like, if you... There are ways to, like, exacerbate hair growth. So it wouldn't surprise me necessarily if, like, something would grow back faster the more you shave it. I don't know if it necessarily would grow longer, but... I don't think dwarves, like, understand the concept of shaving, let alone it being illegal. They'd have to be raised with humans in order for it to be illegal. I'm sorry, what? Oh, that's all sheep wool cloth and alpaca cloth. Yeah, never mind. Hold up. Let's try that. Yeah, that's why you're supposed to fix split ends. I do that on my hair. Split ends stops your hair from growing. As long as the meaning is clear. Yeah, them alongside of Dr. Seuss. All of the great writers and geniuses from the past make words up. There we go. Could split ends stop hair growth? Mm-hmm. Good question. I don't know how hair works, but I do know that my hair stops growing with experience if I have split ends. Also, drying your hair with a towel by, like, whipping it around splits the ends of your hair. So if you dry your hair by wringing it out, your hair will grow much nicer and happier. This is one hell of a cloth industry. Literally every... I'd say, like, half of my dwarves or so are involved in the clothing industry in this fortress. It's kind of crazy, actually. It's like weaving and clothes making are both incredibly major parts of this fort. That makes sense. Orange. Should you raid the human hamlet because their human kept attacking your dwarves and totally not because They have a slab with necro powers. I mean, you are your dwarves, right? Is that something your dwarves would do? Maybe, like, does your baron slash mayor or dwarf in charge, or dwarf that's in charge, do they have a greedy streak? Are they trying to claim world domination? Do they love obtaining power over others? Do they see power as something to strive for? Would that make sense in the context of your dwarves? That's how I would answer that question. I mean, you do you. You are your dwarves. You roleplay what you think your dwarves would do. And if you think your dwarves would attack that human settlement with the front-facing notion of they stole our shit and tantrumed, and with the behind-the-scenes notion of we want to gain power by stealing their necro slab, heck yeah, you should. Fuck yeah. Go do it. Like that one shampoo that claims it can revitalize your hair with caffeine. I'm sorry, what? Wakes your hair up. Don't want sleepy hair. Actually, I did once have a shampoo that I got in a bottle like this. It was a gift. And it was caffeine infused, and it was supposed to wake you up through your scalp. As somebody who drinks a lot of coffee, I never really noticed any difference, to be honest. It did have this mint in it, which made my head and scalp super fucking cold, and God, that woke me up, but I yell at your hair to wake it up. I mean, I just yell to wake up, so I'm sure, like, I'm covering both in the process, right? Man, people who watch me for the rants must be real happy today. Sometimes you sing it, Evanescence. Wake me up. And so I can count on like one hand, and I think it's twice actually, the number of times I've been in a Walmart this year. One of two times I was in there, they were playing Evanescence. It was very confusing. I was in a Walmart at like 11:30 at night because I can't remember what I needed, but I remember I needed something from Walmart, and I was close to a Walmart. It was at the beginning of last year. I really like shaving cream with mint in it. The shaving cream I buy has mint in it, and it makes my face super cold, and it wakes me the hell up. Makes me feel alive. I love watching the Dwarven clothing monstrosity. Like, look at all this. Look at all these masterpiece clothes. Like, how's Gimper doing? Look at this. Satisfied at work, satisfied at producing a masterwork, satisfied at work, euphoric due to inebriation. Didn't feel anything after seeing a buzzard's dead body, as you damn well shouldn't. Felt bitter on wearing old clothing. All right, well, do you still have old clothing on? No, you don't. Ha! Methanol? Yep, that would do it. Then there's a friend of mine who vapes methanol crystals. Which is like, like Aimway. It claims to... Wait, what claims to stop hair loss? Caffeine? Caffeine in shampoo claims to stop hair loss, right? I mean, doesn't Head and Shoulders claim to be good for your scalp, and in reality, it makes your hair fall out? Yes, methanol is distilled from peppermint. Yep. And you can buy raw methanol crystals on Amazon. But then again, I know somebody, a different person who vapes chamomile tea. So, you know, like, maybe I just have weird friends. Dry scalp gang? I mean, I use Head and Shoulders because it fixes my dandruff problems, but that's why I own 2 brands of shampoo. I only use Head and Shoulders like maybe once every other week. And then the rest of the time it's like about it causing hair loss. So Head and Shoulders, there's been a lot of like studies and stuff done on Head and Shoulders shampoo. It's very, very, very abrasive, and it can damage your hair. It's one of the it's not a myth, but it's one of those shampoos where it's like, if you use Head and Shoulders, which is totally fine, just don't shampoo your hair every day. Like if you're a daily or a twice daily showering person, just don't use it every day. Use it once or twice a week and you'll be fine. Just don't use it twice a day every day and you're okay. Scorpion peppers juice? I mean, at that point, you just sit back, relax, and enjoy the carnage. Yeah, no, you're probably okay, Lemon Duck, but it's one of those, like, you shouldn't over shampoo your hair anyway, and a lot of people over shampoo their hair. No, exactly, Morden. Exactly, but, like, Head and Shoulders is significantly worse. What if you're a once-a-month washer? Then I don't want to be your roommate. More power to you. Who washes their head twice a day? People whose hair fall out. My ex? God, we have... Our fucking clothing industry is a goddamn machine. Yeah, actually, that's probably... Actually, that's not too far off, Morton, because when I worked in the restaurant industry, I would come home, like, covered from head to toe in oil, basically. It's probably more expensive, though. Although I don't actually know. Redbeard? Yeah. We're working in any kind... But then at that point, you shower once a day after work, right? But... Yeah, I don't know. It's a rough industry. Construction is one of those jobs where you have to shower after work. And reeking of garlic? I mean, there's worse things you could reek of, but yeah. I mean, like, I live at home and don't ever leave my house. So, I mean, I shower once a day so I feel human, but I shampoo generally once or twice a week once my hair starts to feel greasy. Yep, that's me outside of this job, which is why I'm incredibly fortunate and thankful to have this job. And incredibly fortunate and thankful that people support me in this job. And incredibly happy that people watch me on YouTube and listen to my rants. Because without you guys, I'd literally be fucked. Well, not quite. I'd still work in the restaurant industry, though. Speaking of sport...
Speaking of support...
Gimper, your dwarf was just making some fancy pants. How are you? How was the trip? And stuff. Hope you was good. Also, speaking of support, Nix's reoccurring gift sub just went through the other day. You know, it shows up as pink. So, like, in Twitch stats, in behind the scenes, normal resubs, there's like a little graph that shows you how many subscriptions you get each day. They're purple, right? The gifted reoccurring gift subs show up as pink. Which is kind of neat. Also, thank you very much for the second resub of the day. It's been a little bit of a slow day for monies, but that's okay. That's second resub of the day. 15 months. It's good to have you around, Gimper. Trip was long. Work was blank. Also, it was fun. Fun, I guess. You sound so enthusiastic. So if when you gift a sub, Orange, there's another option to gift multiple months. It says gift 1 month, gift 6 months, or gift 12 months. You could there was a channel that I'm a VIP in, and board guy just toppled a bookcase. But there's a channel that I'm a big fan of, and somebody gifted me a year's subscription there, which is very expensive, but you can gift people multiple months of subscriptions. Board guy's going back to prison. Or getting beaten to death, one of the two. And Gimper gifted 3 months to Nixie, his wife. Nixumia. Okay, we'll let you attend your meeting, and then after you attend your meeting, we'll arrest you. Yeah, I like it more than gifting multiple subscriptions. Like, I think it's better to gift one person 3 months of subs. Like, I gifted Cooler 3 months of sub to Bellinaire back in December. Or was it Halloween? I actually can't remember. It's been a bit, but going to go store an item, store a book in location. I like how you were this dwarf was tantruming and then ended up with a book and is now just running around with a book. It's like, why am I holding this? I don't know. Why are you holding that? Uh-oh. 1, 2, 3, 4 counts of vandalism, bunch of witnesses. Uh-oh. Let's make some charcoal. Beating and 57 days in prison. Might not survive the beating. This might be a death sentence. Faulted Thrower is a good person who's gifted quite a few subs in the channel. Ooh. But getting carried immediately. Lost a bunch of teeth from the looks of things. Yeah, lost a bunch of teeth. Ooh, a lot of teeth. Captain of the guard literally just like ran in and kicked him in the up in the leg, punched him in the upper body, or punched her in the upper body, scratched her, punched her in the tongue, in the left cheek, and the cheek collapses into a lump of gore. The force bends the head, tearing the fat. Bends the head. Imagine getting punched so hard your head bends. The captain scratches the stonecrafter in the front teeth, and the severed part sails off in an arc. The captain of the guard punches the stonecrafter in the right lower leg with his right hand, fracturing the bone. The thing is, because of all of the boulders that these dwarves haul, they're all like high-end military levels of strong. Yep. And died in the hospital before the doctors could arrive. Board guy was one of the original dwarves, helped build the original pit drew some of the first drawings in the fortress, was expelled and then invited back alongside of her husband, who immediately, like, broke it off once they got back here. Does that mean a new dwarf slot? When another dwarf is born, or another dwarf arrives. I mean, we actually currently have 11 dwarf slots, but for some reason we're not getting any migrants. Good question as to why. They installed a beeper, so you hear when you want to check the engine triggers. When the engine misfires, it triggers a new check engine, so it bleeps, but it takes a moment, and I'm entertaining yourself by calling them misfires before the beeper does it. Really? I mean, sometimes you gotta entertain yourself on the simple things. I can't wait to see the arc physics in the Steam version. That's what I want to see. I want to see someone get a lung punched out. Best of luck, Vin. No one's had any good luck today, so. But yeah, no. Glad. So are you back from the trip now, Gimper, or are you just popping in for today? I'm assuming you're back. But if you're back, welcome back. I missed you. Do you guys get to do the 14-day isolate stuff now? If I can ask. I've seen that. It's glorious. But I'd like to see it in glorious pixelated glory. It's Alberta, so yes? Or am I depressed? I mean, I'm always depressed, but... It's not forced here? Fuck your province. No offense, but fuck your province. Yeah, shits. I have a lot of friends who, well, not a lot of friends, but I know a handful of people who live in Alberta, and they all kind of hold that same sentiment. Statues? Yes. I didn't know what else to do with lead, and I didn't really want to make, you know, heavy things out of lead, like that, I mean, Alberta is, like, living in Alberta in the winter might as well be social isolation anyway. Lead bins? Nah. The problem is like, if I start trading them, then, like, it limits the amount of stuff I can trade. I want to make bins out of stuff that's light. So, no. Instead, these are all identical statues. It's a terracotta army of lead. Statue hauling is a great workout, yeah. Besides, it's kind of fun to just see how many statues I can make. Also, fuck them for not sharing their amazing phone packages. They have amazing phone packages? Assuming, like, you can get outside long enough to make snowman and the powder snow is actually holding together enough so that you could make a snowman. Generally, in my experience, trying to make snowmen in Alberta is like trying to make a pancake out of only flour. It just kind of doesn't work. Better than Quebec? Oh, yeah. Well, wait, are you in Quebec, Orange? And are we talking about foam plans or pandemic lockdown? Damn, Vin. Grats. And Cyrlac. And B-Lug.
My bits are being weird. Did these go through?
No, you should try it again. Thanks for the $1.20. Cheers, Zapdos. Chat, can I get a round of beers for the first bits of the day? Cheers, Zap. Where do I find inspiration for my forts designs? Can I ask you a question? Question for a question, Chocobo. Why do you think I get inspiration for my forts designs? I just draw shapes. There is no inspiration. It's just I just make doodles. It's
All right, did these go through this time?
definitely not. You should try it a third time just to make sure for certain that the bits went. Thanks for the $1, man. Cheers. Thanks for the $2.20. You realize I'm just gonna keep saying that, right? And then choke to death on my coffee. Bum ba-da-dum bum bum. Bum ba-da-dum ba-da-dum. Yeah, it's not capturing the zeros. Yeah, no, you just gotta add a couple more zeros. Discord? What? Had Donald Trump banned. Currently is not. I'm not going to use that as a sound command, but that's amazing. Because they had Donald Trump banned. Currently is not. Apparently I can fucking throat sing. That's way too funny. You have massive OCD? Do you actually have OCD? Or do you just...
a problem with sending bits left me dry.
Really? Chat, there's a problem with sending bits. Someone else should try. Thanks for the $5. Cheers. And thanks for the lurks. Big thank you, seriously, for the $5. Runs in the family? That's unfortunate. OCD sucks. One of my managers I worked with when I worked at McDonald's had real bad OCD. And it was kind of a shitty... It's a very fucking shitty thing that a lot of people just kind of joke about. Fucking sucks. But here's the thing, like, you can make symmetrical shapes that look cool that aren't squares, though. Like, you can make circles, or triangles, or octagons. There's other interesting designs that you can make that are not circles. I just like weird organic shapes and random doodles. Chat, can I get a big round of beers for all those bits? Cheers, guys. Wait, how does buying a camera fix your forgetting routine? Question? That's a beer emote that I don't have. Hold up. I can fix that, PT. Add command. That. Crypt beer. Try that one again. Should work now. There. What was that a statue of? Right, yes, a statue of Board Guy. Masterfully designed image of Board Guy work claims the dwarf in nice. By Eric Shadowblade. All right. What was that statue of Belug that we made? I'm curious what they ended up making a statue of. This item is a masterfully designed image of Belug by the dwarf, or the dwarf and dwarves. Wait, hold on. This is a masterfully designed image of Belug, Lanceclapt, the dwarf, and the Rampages of Spirit, the granite bracelet in iron by Focal Fury. It's fitting that the mayor made it. Belug is raising Rampages, the Spirit, and the artwork relates to the creation of the Rampages of Spirit in Longdeath by the dwarf Belug in the late summer of 98. That sounds like effort. Definitely that should work. Jokes aside, though, have you seen my 10k bit cheer? It's totally worth just, like, typing in cheer 10,000, even if you don't have the bits on your account and don't have any intention in chucking that much money at me. Totally worth typing that in just to see the cheer animation, because it's so fucking good. So 3 police officers walking to a bar, one from Quebec, one from Ontario, one from... Oh, no. One Quebec, one's all proud. See, you should have text-to-speech to this. On how easy it is to catch speeders. He sits in the bottles and waits for someone to get stuck because he drove too fast to avoid it. Ontario officer laughs and says, I just sit in my plane and catch them from the sky. Yeah. An Alberta officer looks at them both and says, I just grab a step ladder and binoculars. I can see everything that happens here at once. Yes. Well, see, no, in reality, you don't grab a step ladder. You just walk to the top of the landfill. Which I think the landfill is still the highest hill in Edmonton, isn't it? Unless that's changed. They need a landfill too. Bigger landfill. You've almost got 10k. What, 10k cheered? Well, thanks for 256 bits. Cheers, app. I mean... Eh, whatever works. Weird bits is still bits. Thanks for all the pennies, though. I appreciate the spare change. No client had told you a better joke. I wouldn't say it's super funny, but I can definitely read it and be like, yep, that's a Canadian joke. I'll be honest, I don't fully get the plain one, and it's definitely missing a fuck Toronto joke in the middle there. It needs something to do with fuck Toronto. Anything for walls. I mean, and door. Okay. So I have some dwarves that have just kind of been depressed for a really long time, but have never really tantrumed or anything. Oh, this is a new one. Annoyed at the lack of dining tables. Silver table. 10. Silver throne. 10. They made a sequel to Highway? Wow. And everyone drives at 125 in the slow lane, and they're probably like asleep with their seat back in cruise control because the highway's so straight, right? See, here you can't do that, Robotic, because you'd fly off the fucking road because the roads are so curvy. And they say Canada doesn't have an Autobahn. Also, what the fuck are they gonna do to you from a plane? Pull you over and give you a ticket? Serious question. I guess they... kilometers per hour. This is Canada, my friend. They'd probably just send you a, probably just mail you a ticket, I'd assume. Bomb you like the U.S. cops. Just drop an anvil. Oh, got another one. Thunk. You know, I've never actually been to Ontario, so I have no idea. I am in just outside of Vancouver, British Columbia, yes. I've been to Quebec. I've been to Alberta many times. Technically, I've been to the Yukon. I've been to Saskatchewan. I've been to PEI. I've been to most of that part. Like, I've been to Halifax and shit. I haven't really left Halifax in that part of the world. I think that's it. I've been in the Toronto airport like a dozen times, but never actually been in Toronto. And fuck the Toronto airport. It's a shitty goddamn airport. Hate that stupid airport. They radio your speed to a TOA ground unit. And then that's where they bring in the tanks, right, Redbeard? Huh. That's kind of neat. I guess that's one of a you can't slow us all down things, right? Like if everybody speeds in an area like that, then like what the fuck are you actually going to do about it? Anyways, where's my manners? Zapdos, how are you? Thanks for throwing money at my face. Hope you've been well. And anybody wondering, there isn't any major like projects today. We're just kind of letting time pass. Neil, thanks for those. Cheers. Ontario is not worth everything. It's too far apart from BC. Yeah, I've kind of been told that. Oh, I've been in Manitoba briefly. Briefly. Like 48 hours in Manitoba. I've never driven a car, AMA. Well, actually, that's not totally true. I drove a car once, not on a road, AMA. What about those roads in History's Deadliest Roads? I have no idea what roads you're talking about. Because I've never actually seen that show. The annual tribute from Bastige's Smack has arrived. It is early spring, first of granite. Is anybody dead? I don't think so. Merca died. The elves brought us an eagle the humans brought us an eagle as a tribute a number of years ago. It just kind of flapped around and lived in my fort. And occasionally would kill buzzards. R.I.P. My poor eagle. No one ever did accept it as a pet, even though it was available as a pet the entirety of that time. Also, God, this human's moving so slow. What's the U? The U without the umlaut is a merchant human. The other one is a human swordsman because he's turquoise. Or she, I'm not sure. Is he carrying a statue? He's carrying some sort of plant, probably a vegetable. Is a human? Is you? Human. Not to be confused with the other U's over there. Those are definitely unicorns. They're a different shade of white. And the red ones are unicorn foals. Is that a human pen? No, those are unicorns. And then that's sheep right beneath it. And beneath that, it's alpacas. Yes. Humans and unicorns. Very easily confused. Just like real life. No, this human's probably just super weak. And then an elven caravan has arrived. H is indeed a horse. H's could be horses. H's could be horrors, which are necromancer experiments. H's could be humanoid in the form of a titan or a beast. H's could be many things, but no, U's are humans. And here they come. They finally made it down my damn stairwell. Red spinach leaves, hazelwood training spear, a persimmon wood splint, a sheep leather bag, and native gold blocks. That's why he was moving so slowly. More like an elf with a dwarven beard and a human accent, wings and scales, and feathers. I don't. Orange. I once had like 3 police officers pull up next to me, do the put your hands where we can see them quite literally thing, tell me to turn around, and then ask me my name, and then we're like, are you sure that's your name? And then I said yes, and then they said, do you have ID? And I was like, can I put my hands down? And they're like, yes. Do you have ID? And I showed them my ID, and they were like, sorry, wrong person, and they drove away. So I must have a doppelganger who's some kind of criminal. I don't know if Stone got this, so I'm just going to screenshot it for him. It was a very confusing moment of my life. But in general, the police around here are fine. Aside from that kind of shit. So nobody's perfect. Nobody's good. Everybody's bad. Hate everybody. A slightly better sighted I mean, you don't know. He might have no eyes. There's also a plausibility. Are gold blocks for building? Yep. I should probably build. Let's place that gold block. Watch me have like a dozen gold blocks. Unless they're currently storing them, which they might be. Yep, they currently are. This dwarf has it. Chat, do you see me right now? If so, press 1. We'd like to know if Twitch is broken again. Can confirm it just broke for pizza. Should probably tell pizza to refresh. It read nondescript girl in nondescript van taken at nondescript location by nondescript person. I mean, sounds like most of that stuff. No problem. It's an enjoyable little, like, 2.5 hours, Carrie. Very enjoyable little 2.5 hours. I'm gonna see if I can find more weird puzzle games. Look at that little pattern they're dancing in. Fuchsia Velvet. They're actually doing a dwarven dance this time. You just lost your followers list? Don't refresh, chat. I mean, currently there's no channels that I see live. I mean, it's about that time. Does that mean I should go get my lunch break? Well, for whatever it's worth, I just opened up my own stream and it loaded just fine. So I also have followers. I can see my followers list, and this is my stream, so should be okay. Currently, we'll see. I mean, you're clearly still able to watch the stream, no problem, Pizza, so we fine. Streamer reacts to his own stream while he 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 reacts to his own stream. I'm sorry. Actually, no, I'm not. Captain of the Guard is fighting with who? What? Oh, never mind. That was from a while ago. Once again, closed captions is MVP. Beating the absolute crap out of someone? I mean, teeth out of someone. Crap? Eh. Let's make some flowers. Flowers? Flower. This is my mill, by the way. If you're wondering what that spinning thing in the middle is, it's powered by these windmills up at the top, and it's my mill. I don't think that's what closed captions would come up with when I say MVP, but who knows, you know. Time to slaughter some unicorns. And Ender is milling some plants. I wonder what kind of flour you're going to come out with. Barley flour. Well, would you look at that? See, we attracted no migrants this season. Once again. I've closed... Okay, so I have had 3 separate people thank me for having closed captions on. People who have introduced themselves as hearing impaired. So, they might be hilarious and very wrong a lot of the time, but maybe it just adds to the entertainment value. Like, perhaps it's just a positive. I don't always enunciate the best, and in order to have very accurate closed captions. You have to enunciate your words perfectly. Where in reality, I have to talk a little bit more like this, so it gets a little bit more scrambled and gobbledygooked. I would like some scrambled eggs and garlic. That's not too far off. Yeah, they're reasonably good. They're reasonably good until they're hilarious. Yeah, probably. You're probably... It's like, you know, reading someone's facial expressions to understand what they're saying. You could probably, like, stare at closed captions and be pretty good at translating it. I mean, I'm pretty good at translating what I mean when I read my own closed captions because I'm staring at them right now. I can see them as they pop up. But, you know. Although Bellinairs are amazing because Bellinair has that nice thick Finnish accent. Bellinair's closed captions are incredible. So because like Bellinair has that real thick like rolled R's with almost everything he says, it's very, very, very funny watching his closed captions. Closed captions works overtime and has no idea what he's saying most of the time. Get down there and trade. Come on, Dwarf. Go. No fun materials. Sads. All right, well, I'm going to trade all of that for socks. It's trying. I mean, it is trying, yes. I mean, it's literally, all it is it just pings Google's text-to-speech servers and then boots it out onto the stream as closed captions. That's all it's doing. But the interesting part is it saves it to the video file. So if I download a VOD or download a clip from my stream, it keeps the closed captions. And then if I upload that clip to Twitter, it'll have the closed captions on it, which is kind of really neat, actually. It also automatically does them for YouTube instead of YouTube having to generate them, which takes a little bit of time. A version of Africa sung with heavy Finnish pronunciation. You really should post that in the music section of my Discord. I would love to see that. You know what's a really stupid record I need to buy at some point, chat? I really need to buy the single for Rick Astley's Never Gonna Give You Up. I really need to buy that. The little 7-inch record, because they make it. That exists. I need to buy that. But it's way too expensive. Gimper. We'll see you when we see you. Cheers, man. That is definitely something I need to buy at some point. For no reason other than to just have it. All right, let's get rid of this crow leg. Cause this, or buzzard leg? What was it? It's a buzzard leg. Someone come get rid of this, please. Because this buzzard leg has been sitting here for, I don't know, 10 years? You don't have a Discord account? Okay, fair. Can someone please post that on the Discord music section? I have no idea. Orange. Oh, well, that explains why Twitch is breaking. Guys, do you want to know why Twitch is breaking? There's somebody with 2.2 million viewers on Twitch right now. That's why Twitch is breaking. Looks hard to learn? It's really not. Some Spanish bloke whose room the room that he's streaming in, I think, is bigger than my apartment. Someone, this top, that's wild. Check this out. I don't know what the fuck this guy's doing, but that is actually wild. Also, that's his all-time top gifters. I'm like, that's probably daily, right? Damn. When did this guy make his account? I'm like stalking his shit now. Although loading the view list is going to take a while. The hell is happening? Why does this guy have 2.3 million viewers? Please don't be that guy, PT. Please don't be that guy. I don't mock you for using dark mode. I'm literally unable to read text in dark mode. Anyway, closing that shit. I don't need to give that guy the extra view. I mean, sure, but like, bloke's got 2.2 million viewers. 2.2 million. Holy shit. That's the highest view count any single streamer has ever had, ever. That is wild. Plays Fortnite. That's what he do. Speak Spanish, play Fortnite. Be big on Twitch. Hey, it keeps them safe and far away from us, goats. Just remember. Oh, the official Fortnite account posted his stream? Yeah, that would do it. Just remember, right? Dwarf Fortress helped inspire a game called Infiniminer, which helped inspire Minecraft. Fortnite was originally designed as a Minecraft clone, before it was then turned into a weird tower defense thing and then changed into a battle royale game. Which means, in reality, that shit with 2.2 million views exists because of this. Thanks for the interesting response, CCX. I mean, that would do it. That would do it. I just love the fact that I almost have bigger top cheers than the dude with 2.2 million views watching him. Which means he's getting more views a second than I've had in my entire career in 7 years. For reference, I have 1.1 million views on my Twitch channel. He's getting more views a second than I've had in my entire life. This tile set's readable. Any tile set's readable. You just have to look at it for a bit. Once you've stared at how DF moves Bastilian Sick, it's very easy to read DF. I mean, you know, they could also donate to MSF. That would be a much better use of their money than any streamer. Or any random twat on the internet, frankly. Myself included. Vocal Fury has ended a mandate, which means we can now export bolts. You can't really have a chat or a conversation that's functional beyond, like, a couple thousand people, really. I mean, you can sort of say hello to people in a well-managed couple thousand viewer chat, but there's kind of like a critical mass of people that it just becomes impossible. Meme walls? You know, here's the thing, right? There's fun to be had in meme walls. Like, I watch Cherno for that reason. There's a couple channels I watch that are hilarious in their memes. There's quite a few channels out there that are really fucking great with that shit, but you'd never be able to have a functional conversation like this. I like Russ Money, who's pretty spammy. I like Cherno, who's pretty spammy. Limes can get kind of spammy sometime, and I enjoy her stream. I really like Chainbrain's stream, and Chainbrain is literally just, I'm gonna sit here and play metal on fucking Rocksmith, and whenever he's playing a song, he doesn't look at chat, so it's just him, like, shredding, basically, so that gets spammy. Ray gets pretty spammy sometimes. Cat on Mars gets kind of spammy, and I love his stream. I don't know. Spammy streams can be nice. You just drop 3 minutes of ads, and then you know what's sad? If that dude runs a 3-minute ad break, probably make about as much money as I make in a couple of months. If that dude drops a 3-minute ad break. That's incredible, though. Fucking 2.2 million viewers. I love how many people are just straight up restreaming this guy. Although it is kind of cool that there's, like, a chess stream with 11,000 viewers right now. That's kind of neat. You could do a multiplayer ad. I actually wonder how much he would make from that. Assuming he has access to it. Actually, I don't think he does, because it's North America only beta right now. So I don't think he actually has access to the multiplayer ads. Because he's Spanish. Longdeath? I mean, it's a pretty good name. I mean, the devs of the game that Yahoo is playing is most certainly making bank. Fortnite is one of the most profitable pieces of media in the world. Well, the chess stream that has 11,000 viewers is currently not actually streaming chess. She's just chatting. I was in the just chatting directory. Then she's going to go play chess after she talks for a bit. She's a streamer I'm aware of, so. I mean, I'll put it this way. Church of Discount Dan. Most of the smaller devs of games that I play who frequent this chat are extremely thankful that I stream their games. Pretty good example is Jupiter Hell. You know, it's a very small dev team of 2 full-time and 2 contractors. Technically 3 contractors, I think. So 5 people total, but very small overall. And they're extremely thankful that I stream the game at all. And what will replace Fortnite in the future? Nothing will replace Fortnite. Fortnite will go the way of League of Legends, which means it will just continue existing perpetually for a very long time. Nothing will really replace it. It'll just it'll maybe step out of the limelight, but it's not necessarily going to be replaced. Anyway, I need to use the toilet. I will be back in a moment. I'm also going to prep some stuff for lunch. I'm not actually going to get lunch, but I'm going to prep some stuff. I will be back in a moment while this person runs down into the fort. BRB. When I read the MMOs in general don't die, I was about to just say, yeah, but remember that? And then I'm like realizing I can't remember the name of it. What was the name of that fucking MMO that was supposed to be the last real big WoW killer that like didn't have an end game that like, oh God, what was the name of that fucking game? Star something? No. What? Wildstar. That was it. Yeah. Say that to Wildstar. Wildstar's fucking dead. I was like, Wild something? No, New World's not out yet, so it hasn't had the opportunity to die yet. My name is Abit. On behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me extend my greetings to your people. There is much to discuss. They updated my maps. The humans haven't updated my maps in a while. EverQuest? Yeah, EverQuest is still alive somehow. People still play that. We have finalized the import agreement. Feel free to go over the documents. Let's discuss what we are willing to offer you for your Dwarf ship. On behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me bid farewell to you and your stout dwarves. What news? Ooh, something happened. In the early summer of the year 126, Cooler, Misty Rakes became the Lord of the Fellowship of Thimbles, replacing Vess. Trot Tangles. I don't know who the Fellowship of Thimbles is. Must be it. That has to be a clothes making guild. It's probably a religion or like a local government, but I like to think that that's a clothes making guild or like a weaver's guild. The Fellowship of Thimbles. MMOs die very often unless they already have their own servers up and running. The ones that stick, yes. Yes. Well, here's the thing. Games that get to the size of a World of Warcraft or even a RuneScape or games that get kind of like embedded with their own community can kind of just keep going, right? Like Ark will still be around in 10 years. For the same reason Rust will still be around, right? Like all of those games that are just like PUBG is still alive and well. Like people will joke about PUBG being dead right now, but like PUBG is alive and well and will continue being alive and well for forever. Already, WoW private servers? There's been private WoW servers as long as WoW's existed, dude. So. Also, wasn't WoW the most profitable PC game ever up until Cyberpunk came out? So, WoW was the most profitable PC game ever until, like, a week after their most recent expansion launch? That's not at all what I wanted you to do. Did you just, like, look up all MMOs or something? I actually remember Hello Kitty Online. My little sister played it. Not actually joking. No, this was, like, very recent. GTA Online had beaten it for a bit, but... But no, GTA Online is the highest-selling piece of media ever, but not the highest-selling PC game. Like, gross, yes. Sales, no. I think is the difference there. But anyway, yeah, no. In my experience with developers who make games, most devs are just thrilled and happy that people are playing their games. Puzzle Pirates is still alive and well somehow, and it's on fucking Steam. You could go play Puzzle Pirates right now on Steam, I think. Yep, it's on Steam and free to play. Right here. Yep, right there. Puzzle Pirates. See, you too could go play Puzzle Pirates on Steam. I didn't realize that was so recent as 2011. That it came out on Steam. It's pretty dead. I mean, it's not that dead. But yeah, probably pretty dead. You're probably pretty right. Just wanted another Midnight Club from Rockstar. I mean, I want a hand job, but we can't all have nice things. Or another bully. They should make another bully. People running Autobots for puzzle solving? Oh, that kind of sucks. I wonder how alive Neopets is these days. Nah, I'm okay. Not that desperate. Also, there's a pandemic going on. Bully harder. Do you guys remember the fake bully leak? Because there was a temporary site name, page name on GameSpot called Bully2 Something's Back Jack. I've never even been remote. I have no idea what Webkins is, so. Anyway, so people then, like, we're doing what you do, which is, like, mining GameSpot for information, and that page surfaced, and everybody was like, oh my god, they're making a Bully 2, and they were like, actually, no, that was just us being dumb. Where are those wagons going? Into the center of my fortress, into the trading depot, and then they'll leave. Let's get some smelting going. Yes, you are correct, Cooler. This is a silly discussion because we all know and agree. It was just an offhanded statement that was made that was a little bit inaccurate. Also, check, can we get some investments going? Because investments are open, just a heads up. I don't know. I guess at the end of the day, like, I guess this is kind of the beauty of Twitch, where streams like that fool with 2.2 million viewers can exist. And also simultaneously at the same time, well, rather, 2.3 million viewers. Whereas simultaneously, I exist here and I'm able to make a living. Even if it's like a very modest living of enough money that it's more than I made when I worked full-time at fast food. But not enough to be like living high and mighty or anything. Just enough to be able to afford my hobbies and stream. You're a day trader? If you type in exclamation point tickets, you'll see how many you have. And you'll also see the number of hours you have on the stream, which I think you already figured out. When you invest them, you get a 45% chance to get what you invested back plus an increase. And it exists for one reason, bragging rights. That's it. Also, Aegis, I'm very sorry. I don't know if I told you, but your dwarf died. Got into a fist fight with a dwarf who was having a tantrum, and his skull got crushed. It was very sad. I like that dwarf a lot. That dwarf never did walk. Dwarf didn't even make it to adulthood before getting his spine broken. Hey, Lore. How we doing? Good evening. Say hi, hello. How are you? I hope you are good. I mean, your dwarf had a long life, considering they didn't walk. But I miss that dwarf. I liked that dwarf a lot. There was something kind of cool watching this dwarf just crawling around all the time. Excellent manager, though. You do indeed invest in the rights for bragging. Nope, your dwarf never got married. You never even got any friends. My theory is that you were too low to the ground to actually be able to properly talk with people. Because you were always prone. One thing I will say about the Spanish dude with 2.2 million viewers, though, is he's got a really nice camera. He's got a really nice camera. It's like my only real thought. This dude's got a real nice camera. Although you better if you have 2.2 million viewers. Do you have a dwarf? I don't think so, but there are none to be named, so. No, you do not. But funny in a good way? How does it look funny, Aqua? Hey, Fiona. What are the dwarves working on? Trying our damnedest to not die of boredom. Because we're trying to keep the fort alive for 1,000 years. We're on year 122 of 1,000. This is stream number 50? 49 of this fort. So, we existing. And hoping that Twitch doesn't keel over because Fortnite's announcing a new skin on some dude's channel. So Twitch is just kind of like going... slowly blipping just a little bit, but site's stable, so happy about that. You often watch it 360p on a tiny window in the corner of your monitor. Oh, do you use pop out? How many days to go and enough drinks to go around? We have more than enough booze, more than enough food, and everybody loves us. We only have 40 dwarves, so the actual population is pretty easy to manage. Actually, technically, we have more than that. We have 47, but some of them are temporary merchants, which we leased their work from. Also, are you Kit Fox Fiona? I'm like, I know that name. Or is that just a really weird coincidence? Oh, that too? Well, okay. Well, here's the thing. I have a pink badge to give you. There you go. Blessed it. Oh, right. Okay. Yeah, I use pop out for streams, so I have like Bellinair up in the bottom of my stream all the time. So I have a little Finnish man in the bottom right of my screen at all times. So yeah, Twitch Rivals for League is happening, and some Fortnite bloke has 2.2 million viewers. The fact that the site isn't like exploding, I think, is kind of a miracle. I mean, also, for some reason, 600,000 people are watching Rust right now. Like, what actually is happening today on Twitch? Today's got to be some multiple kinds of records. There's 600,000 people watching Rust, 230,000 people watching League of Legends, 225,000 people watching fucking Call of Duty, 177,000 people watching Minecraft. It's like a year ago. Is it is it the new lives? I don't actually know what the heck's going on Rust. Oh. They have drops. That's why. Rust has drops. Okay, this explains it. Fair. We're out of raspberry seeds. That's a lot of tetanus shots. Yeah. It's a lot of tetanus shots. Assuming you cut yourself. Just do nothing. I mean... Fucking mood. Or over at Rust Plus Drops. I mean, that's how they make their money. Is shitty marketing schemes to make people watch streamers. That's how they make their money, you know? Meanwhile, I just sit over here and say, please give me $1 on Patreon. And then ad block my YouTube videos. It's fine. I'm just going to sit over here and drink my coffee. Why are you still yelling at me about raspberry seeds? The raspberry bush is done. Okay, fuck it. And it won't let you? Really? Is throwing money around broken? Or is it just mobile that's broken? Although you shouldn't gift subs on mobile, because doesn't the, don't you have to pay extra on mobile? Or did they change that? But no gift sub. That's bad. It might bounce back, though. I had that happen once, where Twitch took my money and didn't gift a sub. And then, like, 10 minutes later, I got a random refund. So, yeah, you shouldn't gift subs on mobile. Whoa! Royer! I was watching your new series the other day. What's up, man? Hope you've been well. Thanks for the tier 2 for 1 billion years. They still charge more on mobile? Yeah. No, just you shouldn't gift subs on mobile. Don't give Android a cut for no fucking reason. Yeah, right, dude? Jeez, man. It's time's been zooming past. You should work. Don't get in trouble at work for watching work. Wait. Cheers, though. Yeah, I don't know. I'm actually like very impressed with how well Twitch is running, all things considered. Like, all things considered, it's kind of nice. But yeah, I hope you're doing well, Royer. Hope 2021 hasn't been too trash for you. Getting real annoyed with all those seats cancelings. Yeah, it's pretty surprising. Twitch has like keeled over and died from like someone breathing on it before. And the fact that Twitch is like working just fine. It's quite trash. Yeah. It's been a crappy year and a crappy 11 days of another year. But, you know, what can you do? Made someone discover code. Actually, probably, you know what happened? Epic Games is probably like, oh, wait, Twitch, we doing this. And they probably like rerouted all of the server traffic to that dude's channel. It's probably what's happening. So anybody on his server is just keeling over right now. That's probably what's going on. Normally when like Twitch explodes like this, it's because there's someone in my region getting a shit ton of views. Like if I get booted offline, it's probably because somebody has 400,000 views on the Seattle server. Or if my chat stops working, that's usually the cause. It's like a hotel shuttle, but for vaccination. That's a pretty good thing to be doing. Just tell partners it sucks to be them. Does Western Canada have a server? I don't think so. But unless it's in Vancouver, Seattle's like a 3-hour drive from me, so it's not exactly that far from here to Seattle. I think they were doing, I have a theory as to why Twitch was breaking for a week. But it's very tinfoil hat. Like, borderline conspiracy theory tinfoil hat. You got a question. Is it worth it to protect yourself from spoilers in DF? There's interesting things hidden, like things beneath the adamantine. Krugstan's video says warning, huge spoilers. Have you seen Lord of the Rings? Specifically, the first Lord of the Rings movie. Have you seen the sequence when Gandalf screams, "You shall not pass"? If you've seen that sequence, you've been spoiled in DF already. Is it worth? Not really, in my opinion. I mean, it's kind of cool, but like, you'll be okay. In my opinion. If you've seen "You Shall Not Pass" memes, you've been spoiled on DF already. I don't think it's as worth it as, like, if you know there's stuff beneath adamantine, you've already been spoiled. Like, It's pretty easy to guess what's beneath adamantine. But no, my theory is this, right? So when politics warning, is Balrog in DF? Many Balrog. Although I once literally got attacked by a giant a forgotten beast that was a humanoid composed of flame with horns, and it had wings. And it appeared to be emaciated, and it literally like fucking flew into my fortress and burned everybody to death. So I've literally been attacked by a Balrog. Anyway, during the storming of the White House a couple days ago, one of the biggest streams that was streaming footage from that, his stream went off 3 times. And every single time his stream broke, Twitch had reset his stream key. That isn't a thing that happens. Straight up, that doesn't happen. If you're either he's lying, or if Twitch was actually resetting his stream key, that's not something that Twitch does. So someone had access to the back end of Twitch. My theory is they were doing unannounced maintenance, ripping old code out of Twitch, and rewriting that and closing that loophole. That's my theory, is someone had access to Twitch and was resetting his stream key, stopping him from streaming without permission. That's my theory. But like I said, it's probably bullshit and borderline tinfoil hat. But like, I could see it. Because his stream queue was reset multiple times. And Twitch don't do that. Oh, music from the Confederacy of Sport. The humans are playing human music with my elves and singing. Because Twitch does unannounced maintenance all the time. But I think an event like that happening would be enough of a reason for Twitch to be like, yeah, we need to rip out whatever this security loophole is. Because it's a well-known fact that Twitch is code built on top of code, 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 built on top of code. Whole site-wide shutdown maintenance? Not anymore. Not since Amazon takeover. They will shut down specific servers sometimes. But site-wide maintenance? No. Which is why Twitch is literally held together with zap straps and duct tape. Somewhere underneath Twitch is still code from Justin TV, which is a website from 2008. So that was designed and launched in 2009. So, like, that's my tinfoil hat theory. It's perfectly feasible that they were doing some sort of live maintenance, which was knocking the chat servers offline and such. Because they happened at almost exactly noon every day, 3 days in a row. Almost exactly at noon, 3 days in a row. Why are we talking about Justin Bieber? That's probably how they do everything, Rosenvine. It's perfectly reasonable to us just assume that. I miss back in the day when I would type in Justin into Google and I would get Justin Timberlake. Rockcraft's time. We've had 2 years of breaks. Time to clear the boulders again. Without there even being an outage. I know a guy who works in Twitch servers, and that's not true. There's definitely outages. Just saying, there's definitely outages. Like, I don't want to name him, but every now and again something will break, and I'll DM him, and I'll be like, "Was that you?" And he'll be like, "Sorry." So, there's definitely outages, yes. And Jack Nick, hello. But yeah, Jack, I hope you're doing well today, Jack Nark. It's been a weird week, but stream's been fun so far. It's good to see you. It's ideally, yes. But yeah, no, that's my theory, is they were patching a security hole. Because, you know, there's many people who used to work at Twitch who are now looked on somewhat unfavorably in the public eye. Both tributes from Basti Jismak and Basti Pame have arrived. So I see it as very much a possibility. How's Jack Narek? That's a good question. I don't think dead. Although a lot of dwarves have died. So... I may have bad news for you. My name might be blind, but I think you're dead. Uh-oh. Yeah, let's find your body. Yep, there you are. Dead. Apologies. Once again. But I don't know. It's just a possibility. I'm not the only person who thinks that might be what those outages were about. The main thing that kind of reinforces it for me is the fact that it happened at like within 10 minutes at the same time of day and lasted for about the same amount of time every single time. And no streams actually went offline. It was just chat that went offline and some back end stuff. Dashboard stopped working, etc. But the streams all stayed online, which is like, also Twitch support was very on the ball. Like if you look at Twitch support's Twitch account, like every single day at exactly the same time, they're like, yo, we're patching a thing. And Twitch doesn't generally say what they're patching when there's outages. So. Plausible theory. All right. That's the 2 tributes done. Dwarves are working on crafts and bringing boulders over. I'm going to go get me my lunch. It is lunchtime. Before I go, I have these hiccups that I need to get through. But thanks a ton to everybody who's hung out so far today. Hopefully lunch break won't be more than a couple of minutes. I will be back with a sandwich. I just have to stab myself with needles and stuff. To everybody who's been hanging out today, thank you very much. Could I get a big round of beers? And if you're new here, I just want to remind everybody, without selling out too heavily, that I'm heavily crowdfunded. If it wasn't for people who watch these streams, I wouldn't be able to do this. I try and keep ads to a minimum on this stream, and sponsored time to a minimum. So I pay bills with those sound commands that you hear Peter using. Anyway, I will be back in a couple of minutes. Don't go anywhere too fast unless you really want to. BRB. All right, I return. Also, kind of worth noting, 2.2 million viewers bloke is already down to 400,000 post announcement, so definitely short-lived spike of fame, but you know, definitely short-lived. I do actually wonder, like, whoa, what's wrong with this yak? It's overcome by terror. Oh, poor thing. It's terrified of those dwarves. So, man, this year flew by. Good lord. Dwarves already back to trade, yeah? Do, 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 do. Also, I love that text-to-speech interpreted my humming along with the music as the number 2. I am your liaison from the mountain homes. Let's discuss your situation. There is much to share. We've updated your maps. Please bring wood so we can make more charcoal. But yeah, at the end of the day, thank you very much, everybody, for hanging out. Watching one of the weirdest, probably nichest streams on the website. It's because of, you know, we make fun of them, but it's because of those streams up there with 2.2 million viewers that streams like this can exist and be successful. Because as much as, like, big industry kind of looks like it sucks, especially when it comes to places like content creation platforms, but you need that much saturation for audiences to spread far enough and wide enough for channels like mine to be able to function with a life of their own. What are you confused by? Nope, they go into the trading depot and then they unload. They haven't vanished, they're simply stacked vertically. It's less confusing when there isn't as many of them. They've set up shops, basically. Like when a traveling circus stops and sets up tents. What size do I normally make my fortress? Yeah. What size do you normally make something out of Lego? As big as I feel like or as small as I feel like. Doesn't really matter. This isn't a normal fortress though. This fortress is huge. Like, you know, we have this cute little maze. Like, are you talking map embark size? I generally just do the 5x5 map embark. I mean, okay, I have a reason for the maze, okay? It's got 2 Ettins, 2 giants, Forgotten Beast, a Minotaur in it, and another Ettin, and I'm trying to breed the Ettins. They don't seem to be particularly interested, though. Map embark? Yeah, just the default, 5x5. Sometimes if I'm doing a particularly small population fort, I'll do a bigger one, but you'll get real bad lag if you do bigger embarks. Like when I did a one-shot fort on a Saturday 2 weeks ago called Heart Rags, which is up on YouTube now, which was like an 8x8, but I only had 2 dwarves in that fort with no migrants, so. You can't be certified without a mandatory. Yeah, we had the maids certification boys come by and inspect the labyrinth to see if it was labyrinthine enough for the labyrinth. Doing pretty good, Danny. I mean, on the topic of things that are little, this fortress is a giant hole in the ground. Like, quite literally a great mining pit, right? It literally took me 14 days to dig the thing. Real time. Like, 14 streams worth of playtime to dig the pit. And then another, like, 15 after that to get rid of all the boulders. But we're doing good, I think. Chat, how are we doing? Danny would like to know. And your dwarf, who's one of my militia captains, is dejected when caught in the rain. Typical. But you feel pleasure after a satisfying acquisition. 67 years old. And you're romantically involved with Smash Tea. You must be smashing that tea. Well, good for you. And she feels satisfied when remembering teaching bone carving. Carving. Text to speech. Carving. Sheesh. What kind of cheese? My local market has this coconut brie that often goes very, very cheaply on sale, like $2 for a like a triangle wedge. And I'll just like buy that or buy a couple of those, and then when I'm really baked, just eat one. It's really good munchies food for a type 1 diabetic because it has like almost no carbs in it. It's like the entirety of the wedge has like 3 carbs, which is like nothing. Ooh. I like mild cheeses. Tasty. I mean, if it's been a while since you ate something last, yes, you should grab something to eat. Thrips Ichor Barrel. Honeybee Venom. I don't think I have, no. But then again, I don't really go out of my way to see politics memes. I mean, maybe I have. Not off the top of my head, though, Morden. I actually, generally, the political memes that I see are Canadian politics memes, believe it or not. Generally related to building or not building a certain pipeline. Canadian politics are very dramatic and at the same time absurdly fucking boring. But, you know, I think I'd rather have boring politics. I mean, maybe I've seen it. I don't know. Having boring politics is pretty good. When, like, the most you have to complain about is, like, mild financial scandals, you're doing okay. It's like, financial scandals, should we build a pipeline, and who gets what land is generally Canadian Canadian politics. I like Canadian politics. It's significantly less stressful. Just kind of frustrating. Significantly less anxiety inducing. If my neighbors give me panic attacks and Canada just makes me bored, then, you know, I think I'd rather have Canada's politics. Also, could we, like, British Columbia, could we get continuous glucose monitors covered by Medicare? That would be cool. Thanks. I don't want to spend $600 a month on being able to check my blood sugar automatically with an implant. I don't miss anything. I see very much of it. I see a lot of it, man. Although, I will say this. We do have a fascist party of Canada. No one votes for them. We make fun of them. I don't even think they have enough seats to where they could actually get in. We also have a Communist Party of Canada. Also, generally, we just make fun of them, and I don't think they could actually get enough seats to actually get in power. We also have the Rhino Party of Canada, although I don't think they've run in a while. The Rhino Party of Canada is pretty great. The Pirate Party of Canada is awesome as well, but they haven't run in a long time. Yeah, even the Green Party can get seats. Bowen Island always votes in Green Party in BC. Did my microphone just peak? I think it did. Fuck, sorry. But Pirate Party of Canada is great because they stand for one thing, and that's everybody move to Newfoundland, build pirate ships, and invade France. That's all that they stand for. There should be a house hippo. Rhino Party of Canada, one of my favorite things that they wanted to do is they wanted to invade Spain. They swore that they would invade Spain because Tintin kills a rhino. He shoots a rhino in one of the Tintin strips. And they said that they would invade Spain. However, they would reconsider and not invade Spain if the Spanish government sent them a yearly donation of a 6-pack of beer and biscuits. And since then, to my knowledge, they still get sent a 6-pack of beer and biscuits from the Spanish government. Also, they swore that they would pave over Manitoba and make the world's largest parking lot under the excuse of we want to get in the Guinness Book of World Records, and it's only Manitoba, so nothing lost. They also want to build a bridge from Prince Edward Island to Vancouver Island, and they haven't decided which way around the world they're going to go. Yeah, they're a pretty great party. I wouldn't vote for the Rhino Party, but I will definitely chuckle about the existence of the Rhino Party. Oh, it's brilliant. It's fucking brilliant. I think, like, they've only ever had, like, 4 runners ever, so. If you want to piss yourself laughing, listen to that. Or read that. And then right after you're done doing that, go watch the music video or just listen to the song If I Were Prime Minister by the Arrogant Worms, which I would totally stream here, but it would mute my VOD and get me DMCA'd, so I don't want that. But If I Were Prime Minister, it's fucking gold. if I were Prime Minister. Canadians would tan in the Gulf of Mexico, where I'd put Newfoundland. Yeah, it's great. I'll find a link. Canadian national treasure right here. I mean, yes. Of course. Because it's a yee-ho-fi, ho, I went down the plains, stealing wheats and barley and all the other grains. It's a yo, hey, hi, hey, farmers, bar your doors when you see the Jolly Rogers on Regina's mighty shores. As if they have shores. They're probably not DMCAing people. Okay, so I update. That buzzard's leg, still there. Okay, I have a theory as to how I can get rid of this buzzard's leg, okay? I'm going to deconstruct the floor that's underneath it. Then I'm going to dig out the dirt that's underneath it and drop it like 3 Z levels down. Then reconstruct the floor. And maybe that'll make the dwarves realize that this buzzard's leg exists. And then they will haul it and get rid of it. And if you have been to one particular... Oh, dang. Maybe we good? Did they get it? Come on. Please realize that there's a buzzard's leg right there. This buzzard's leg has been stuck here for like 10 years. Why is blind so quiet? I mean, I do get kind of blank sometimes, but... Are you out of storage for buzzard's legs? Technically, yes, but it was set to be dumped. And they don't seem to realize it's there. Now they do. Okay, so moving it over one tile worked. I should also dump all this stuff. So what had happened was it was underneath a built workshop. I couldn't dump it, and I couldn't force them to haul it. But deconstructing the floor underneath it and force moving it over, I guess, made them realize it was there again. Industrial meat grinder? I mean, isn't that just America? But no, we're dealing with it now, it looks like. Let's just make sure. Come on, someone come deal with that buzzard's leg. Bum, 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 bum. I'm following the buzzard's leg. We have to remove the buzzard's leg. Bum, 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 bum. Buzzard's leg bones. It's probably completely rotten. Yeah, it's been there for a long time. Bones connected to the floor bone. The floor bone's connected to the dirt bone. The dirt bone's connected to the my Rams fighting. Oh, they're fighting with a Wolverine. Mortal Kombat. See, they're still not coming to get it. Maybe they'll do it in a bit once they're done hauling all of these boulders. There's actually another one. Gimper, hello. There's 2, actually. Oh, well. We'll just let them make the other 1,000 crafts. Or the other 500 crafts. Hang in there, Gatenerd. Gatenerd's never tantrumed, but he's been kind of depressed for a really long time. It's just like me. Kind of depressed, never really tantrums. Also have to make some more clay statues because I have more clay. That's what those red boulders are. Thought the warm light was the cooking light. This is why you read instructions. But I hope that it's working well. You missed a world record though, Gimper. Just a couple minutes ago, Twitch had the highest individually viewed stream of all time. The #1 viewed stream of all time happened a couple minutes ago. 2.2 million concurrent viewers on one channel. It was some dude in the Just Chatting section announcing a Fortnite skin. No one's surprised. And Twitch didn't totally break, just kind of broke for a couple minutes, which is like kind of incredible. Kind of incredible. It only sort of broke for a minute. Yeah, I mean, it didn't break for very long either. It was like just a couple of minutes. I just use a pot on the stove. I've never fully like, there's so many people who swear by the need to have a rice cooker. I just like put it in a pot and keep it half an eye on the pot. I don't even use a timer to cook rice. I just kind of make rice. I've literally never owned or used a rice cooker in my life. So it always has seemed like one of the more redundant things, but you know, some people seem to like them, so I ain't judging. Doing this actually does a number on the dwarves' mental health because they're like literally just like running boulders and storing boulders. That's all that they're doing. Crafting boulders and storing boulders. Crafting boulders and storing boulders. 1 part rice, 2 parts water. It's not that hard. You just put double the water in that you put in rice. If it's brown rice, you put a little bit extra. Do you have a gas stove or something? I have electrical stove, so my stove is electrical. I would say the main use, I think, for a rice cooker is like if you're cooking for a family and you don't want to think about it, you want to just put it in and have rice in however long it takes, depending on the rice cooker. Okay, that's fair enough. Like if you have a gas stove and you don't want to use gas, then yeah, okay, it's cheaper. Yeah, totally. I don't know. For me, it's just part of cooking, so I'm at the stove anyway if I'm cooking, so it doesn't really matter to me. Although I cook as a hobby. I try and make my cooking as interesting as possible because it's fun. And you just use it as a rice cooker? Yeah. I mean, there's something to be said for simple conveniences, right? There's definitely nothing wrong with simple conveniences. That's all it is simple conveniences. I don't have enough kitchen space for too many appliances like that. I have a very small kitchen. I'd say I make, like, I'm a pretty good cook. I make rice perfect, I'd say 9 out of 10 times. Every now and again, I'll fuck up rice. It's very rare, though. I don't have a lot of storage space in my kitchen, so. And the little storage space I do have is filled up with canned goods. Watching these little wheelbarrow dwarves run back and forth is so oddly satisfying. It's like a little hive of bees. And you rarely ever eat meat? Yeah. I mean, I generally just use my oven. If I'm gonna make meat. Yeah, I generally just use my oven. Yeah, I mean, like, it's one of those things. It's like a toaster. You could totally just toast in a pan, but you save a lot of time and effort and burnt toast and can make more toast at once by not having a toaster. But toasters are convenient. Rice cooker is kind of along the same lines. Do you need one? No. Is it convenient and speed thing up? Yes. Also, I've totally made toast in a pan, and I don't know if this is an unpopular opinion or not, but toast is so much better if you make it in a pan. Holy shit. Also, now the game's saving, so you guys ain't even missing anything. And to those of you who are a little bit newer here, if you want to see forts that are more exciting minute to minute, that's what we do on Saturdays. On Saturdays, we do one-shot forts where I pick a theme and then just roll with it. The last one ended in a lot of violence. We did a Spartan fort where everybody joined the military. I was raiding like 8 different settlements at once. It was pretty good. And then we got wrecked, but it was fun. For a long splatted one, I kind of want to get a smaller toaster, because I have this like manically large toaster that can toast 8 pieces of bread at once. Which is, like, ridiculous, and nobody needs a toaster that big. So I might just buy me a new toaster. I also want to get a stainless steel one. Mine's made of plastic. And the back half of it's melted because it was too close to my old kettle once. I need a new toaster. One of these days. Toaster oven? I don't need a toaster oven. I mean, put the toaster... Hold on a second. Are you telling me to put my toaster in my oven, or are you telling me to put a toaster oven in my oven? What do you use a toaster oven for? I don't know. My grandma has one. My grandma used to make us those mini, like, frozen pizzas in a toaster oven. She used to make us hot dogs in toaster ovens. That is way too fucking big. Like, I see that as a waste of counter space and completely redundant. Like, maybe if you didn't own an oven, then I could see the logic for that. I don't see the logic there. So good on Nyx for not seeing the logic in that. I side with Nyx in this situation. Yeah, I feel like it's an either-or thing. Like, either you have a toaster oven or a toaster. You don't need both. But a toaster oven that's big enough to make a large-sized pizza is ridiculous. That's just silly. It's like those people who have countertop dishwashers when you don't own a dishwasher. It's like, just fucking wash your dishes. Come on. It's not that much work. Well, I would actually say 2 pans and 2 pots. I have one big pot for, I have one big pot which I use for, like, making broth. I have one small pot which I use for everything else. I have one big pan that I use when I have a person over once a year, maybe. And one countertop dishwashers. I never use my dishwasher, and I live alone. Like, if I did, the only time I use my dishwasher is if, like, I did baking, and I never do baking. I've baked once in the last 2 years. So, I never, like, even when I lived with my ex, and we still lived together, I never used the dishwasher. I don't know. I think it's like, people think that they're super important until, like, you work in the restaurant industry. I'm like, y'all bitch about having to do dishes. I used to have to do dishes for 4 hours a day, cleaning that much grease off of pallets. The house dishes take 8 minutes. Maybe. It's such an inconvenience. I couldn't possibly do that. Like, Jesus, how fucking lazy are you people? Also, I said all of that before I read the fact that Gimper has a countertop dishwasher. I swear I'm not just mocking you. I'm just mocking you. But it's okay. Gimper can take it. Right, Gimper? I mean, hold on. Let me just take a photo of what, or show you a photo of what my apartment looks like. Like, my apartment is tiny. It's 425 square feet, right? It's tiny. But I just turn on those speakers and just blast some fucking music. My kitchen's like, I don't know, about 3 meters away from that shelf right there. Just put on some Led Zeppelin and just start doing dishes. It's great. It's fucking great. Gimper just likes tough love, okay? We all know this. Come on, his name is Gimper. With a name like Gimper, you have to like the tough love. If you're not getting a hard time from streamer, you've got the wrong username. I mean, maybe if your name was Dominator, then you'd be the one giving the tough love, but your name is Gimper, so you're definitely the sub in the Twitch situation. Oh, shit. I'm a fucking piece of shit. Why do you guys deal with me? Also, by the way, those lighting strips, literally $10 a piece, and they work better than a lamp. I had like this desk light for a little bit, which I had like set up in the corner of my apartment, which I was using to kind of like light stuff. And then I just kind of said, screw it, and bought those light strips, and God, they're nice. Like, my entire apartment is lit perfectly with those, which is 2 light strips set to like this nice dim light. You may have woke the wife. I mean, you could clip it and send it to the wife and then get a double laugh out of it. For reference, Gimper's wife is one of my mods. There's never enough beer, man. I don't even drink that much anymore, and there is never enough beer. $250 rock crafts to go. Beer addiction? I had 1 beer on Christmas. I had 1 beer right before Halloween. And when did I drink before that? It was like 2 weeks before that I had 2 beers. Yes, so addicted. Cooler. Yay, the buzzard's leg is gone. Success. You know what? Screw it. Hold on. I need some steel anvils. I cannot export enormous corkscrews. Fair. No dwarves sentenced to prison. Good stuff. I mean, everybody can understand big ol' round of cheers, regardless of whether or not you drink. Although genuinely, I do very much miss back in the day when, well, not even back in the day, but a couple years ago when I could just drink and not really have any side effects. And now it's like, I have a beer and within 6 hours, I'm like rocking back and forth on my floor, muttering to myself about how I want to kill myself. It's like, I can't deal with that level of depressive side effects. It's just not worth it. Still love beer, though. This area looks lovely with all of those boulders out of there. Absolutely lovely. Blackwake? That is the... Hold on. I need to look up Blackwake. Whoa! It's $1? Holy shit! I might buy Blackwake.
Whoa, dude, fuck yeah, dude, this is fucking sick. Hell yeah. Woo!
That's, The question is, does it stand on its own against Sea of Thieves? What does it do that's different? Oh, bigger crews, 54 players. Okay, fair. $1, though. How are they making money? I guess they're just trying to get their player base up. Is there like microtransactions in that thing? What about versus Atlas? Different kind of game. I mean, Atlas is like Ark, right? This is more like Sea of Thieves, where it's not about building stuff. It's more about just being a pirate and PvP. So I look at the reviews for Blackwake, and the first review I see is, I have too much time in this game. The person has 55 hours. And I'm sitting here going, you fucking casual. $55 hours. So that's your first week of gameplay. Only 55 hours. What a noob. Also, someone want to do me a big favor and gift Cooler a sub? Cooler drew most of my emotes and all of my sub badges. He deserves to have access to them. I would just give him lifetime if I could. Disappointing indeed, yes. Back in my day, because I was playing. I mean, if you're talking to some EVE Live blind players when they're playing like multiple accounts concurrently, I guess that there is some truth to that. I don't know. I might have to buy that for $1. You know, immediately my brain says dead game. I wonder. So I'm looking at Black Wake's player base, yeah? It's like back when it first came out, 400 players, 5,000 peak, and then like 2,000 average, you know, like it's going down. Every time there's like a big update, there's a big spike. Yada, yada, yada. Yeah, it seems to be like pretty low generally, like 100 players average, which like probably is enough to not run a lot of servers for that. And then in the last 30 days, it's spiked up to 1,884, which is not bad, but like it's just barely enough to keep the game alive. Like, man, 40 players? That's rough. But boing, that's kind of crazy. How do you play 55 hours a day? Multiple accounts concurrently. Everyone's playing Fortnite. You know, I always say this, right? Children these days are so spoiled for good games. Good free games. So many good free games. I mean, compared to what I had when I was growing up, like, even just the existence of Fortnite is so fucking cool. Like, there's so many good games that are free right now. Like, we all mock Fortnite, but man, like, we've come a long way since Newgrounds, right? Great game, no player base. I had some issues with Guns of Icarus. You're actually playing NetHack? Are you gonna play, or that the tournament's happened in November, so never mind. I was about to ask if you were gonna play the tournament, but they'll never understand the grind of Newgrounds, Congregate, Miniclip, and cool math games. You forgot addicting games. How dare you forget addictinggames.com? Addictinggames.com was the one I could get past on my library. Because if I used that website that gave me Jesus quotes, it worked like a VPN, sort of. I mean, I would just go over, I mean, I was a little bit beyond shareware floppies, so I would go over to a friend's house and get him to put all of the demos and games that he'd downloaded onto my 1 gigabyte MP3 player, and I would take that home and play the games at home. My first copy of StarCraft, I shit you not, was a super duper not legal version. which I got from a friend of mine that he copied onto my MP3 player, and I used that to smuggle it into my house. In like 2003? 2004? Might not have even been a gigabyte. It might have been 512 megs at that point. How many unicorns are we at? Might be time to slaughter some more unicorns. Nah, not quite. Yeah, I only have 4 mature unicorns. Let's wait until we have like 12 again. Sheep are growing up. Might be time to slaughter sheep pretty soon. Why aren't my alpacas breeding? Come on, guys. Make baby alpacas. On dial-up, BBS, downloading wares. I did that once playing RuneScape. Racked up a big old phone bill. My mom wasn't very pleased. You know what game I got in a cereal box, Skimper? I got fucking Beyond Good and Evil in a cereal box. It's a fucking good game to get in a cereal box. Already at Animal Cap? Does this look like the Animal Cap to you? Not even close. We have 45 animals. I don't believe I've ever actually hit the Animal Cap, which is like, I think 220 set currently. I assure you, I'm doing a much better job of managing my animal populations so that I don't overload my dwarves with work. You got curling once in Operation? I got the 2 best games I ever got from food products were Shaun White Snowboarding, which I got in cheese sticks, which was okay, and Beyond Good and Evil. Yes, there's an Animal Cap. I can actually show it to you. I can prove it to you, Scoots. I never actually got Chex Quest because my mom never bought Chex. Unless maybe I'm drunk. You can move the position of idlers? Hot damn. I didn't know that. Yeah, maybe I'm making that up. I swear to God that there was a animal cap right beneath invasion soldier cap. Hello, Liam. Welcome, Raiders. Hold on. I have a thing for this. Oh, it's Cooler beat me to it. We're just doing some Dwarfing. And Taurus is throwing a tantrum. And fighting with my mare. He missed my mare. Well, I think that's a pretty good way to get a criminal sentence. But yeah, I'm pretty sure that it's the same as the human cap. But I can't find it now. I know it's in there somewhere. If you the sound commands here are tier 2 on Twitch or $6.99 a month on Patreon, so just FYI. But Curry, Liam, Zeros, and Vika? Jarvika. Hello. Welcome to the stream. What's up? We're just rambling about random shit and watching time pass. Generally, it's a pretty good time. You can breed any animal. Even giants. But you might have to wait a while. Cats have a tendency to do that on their own. I mean, yes, I can and did play 5 seconds of the Chex Quest remake and go, yep, that's this. What's the plan for this fortress? Keep it alive for 1,000 years. We're on year 123. Early spring. So, longevity. Running a protection racket so that everybody brings us tributes. Everybody loves us. They don't have culture, so change my mind. 1 count of disorderly conduct. Let's see what the captain of the guard does. We're either going to cave his face in or put him in prison. Cool. We're going to put him in prison. We're just animals that have reached a more civilized age. Don't mind the panicking vampire in the sealed-off room. He lives there. Oh, this poor dwarf gets the shitty prison. I would respectfully ask that people don't make such jokes. Cooler. Maybe in 2 or 3 years. Maybe 4. Currently, nah. Vampire? Right here. As Nicolas Cage says, it's a vampire. But he's in a berserk rage, unfortunately. So he just, you know, lives there. The Dwarf Kratz Dwarf Vampire. And an elven caravan has arrived. Time to trade. I'm sure that they will very much respect the meat that we're going to sell them. Why is he chained? Because he was in prison before he went berserk. And then when he went berserk, there's no getting them back. They're just insane. They're done, gone, goodbye, kaput. Might as well be dead. So if I let him out, he will just go and punch and murder people until he dies. So rather than letting him out, I just removed the door and walled the whole thing off. So he's chained and permanently in prison for all eternity. Which is kind of badass. So yeah, he just lives there. It's fine. He can't ever die or starve to death because he's immortal and doesn't hunger or thirst. Eventually his clothes will rot off his body. But yeah, no, he went insane while doing his prison sentence for murder. Which is kind of unfortunate, but Not much you can do about that. Not much you can do about that. Oh, lag spike right there. Ah, something must be dive bombing my animals. Because they're all going to go pen past your animals. There we go. Frame rate's coming back. Wolverine must have jumped the wall again. Thanks for the clay. I mean, I really hope that when this fortress is done, there's enough going on in it that it's interesting enough that people will go and investigate all of the stories that happened. Because I'm certainly leaving clues throughout the fort of all the things that have happened. Like the vampire in the walls. The 3 Ents, or Ettins that live in the basement. I'm hoping one day they'll breed, but even if they don't, I still have 3 Ettins. I'm also hoping one day a giant shows up. So we can also put that in there. Oh, never mind. It's kangaroos that are scaring my fucking sheep now, it looks like. Yep. Kangaroos. Get him! Splat. There you go. Scooby and the gang picking through the ruins and accidentally unboxing an ancient insane vampire. I mean, yeah, that's Dwarf Fort. I wouldn't want to get kicked by a kangaroo, especially if I was a sheep. But they certainly startled all my sheeps. It's like, usually if my frame rate breaks, it's because all of my sheep suddenly tried to path out through that door. All of those S's right there. Because either A, kangaroo, or B, a wolverine vaults over and starts kicking them. Although one thing that was really funny was there was one time earlier in this fort, like 30 years ago or so in game, where a tree grew in front of the door here. I should probably cut those down. A kangaroo actually died because, from what I could tell, it jumped over this wall into here, jumped over this wall into here, and then jumped over this wall and literally went, well, maybe not right here, but went all the way down and fell all the way down to the ground here, around this area, and just went splat. And I saw it appear. I was literally just sitting here like, yada, 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 talking, and suddenly a dead kangaroo appears in the middle there. And I was like, what the fuck? It was one of the stranger things that's happened. Kangaroo jumped over my wall and just went splat. Yeah, instant regret. Yeah, it's like all those clips of deer just jumping off of bridges because they get startled and they're like, I'm just going to jump over this little ledge. But no, this fort is all about waiting right now. Sometimes I take breaks in the waiting to make a nice little maze like this. Or like this shooting range. Or this underground mushroom farm. But generally it's just a lot of waiting. Letting time pass. If I wasn't streaming, I'd probably just let this fort run for days at a time. Which would probably be the best way to do it. And I'd be done by now, but... then I wouldn't get, you know, the hours and 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 hours of stream that I get out of it. Considering I'm already talking about doing this a second time. Taurus is throwing another tantrum. Well, it seems like you're kind of fucked. You're a merchant, though, so maybe I'll just expel you once you get out of prison. How long are you in prison for? 8 more days. Might just expel you when you get let out. You came to my fortress, you tantrum. I send you home. It's not about the finish, but the journey along the way? Sure. You can say that. I mean, it's literally all about the journey. Once it's over, it's over. Although, one thing I will say that's started happening as I've done this fort and been playing through this fort is I've had people that have over time have started commenting on the YouTube VODs that they are 123 caffeine that have started commenting on the YouTube VODs that they're watching through this as a web series, which is kind of crazy. That there are people that are watching this show like a podcast, just having me babbling in the background, and are probably like, Blind, this is the 3rd time you've mentioned this in 5 episodes. And I'll be like, yeah, and what? Actually, believe it or not, I think I've killed single-digit goblins in this fort. Early on, there was a event where we got attacked by like a scouting party of goblins that started a massive war between my faction and theirs, which is still raging, which I've never actually taken part in because I don't want to give them my address. Down here, No Mole Group channeled, my king has been marching on Spidery Desert since the king was elected. And before them, the queen has been marching on Spidery Desert since year 10, if I'm not mistaken. It's like year 12 or something, was when we got hit by the scouting parties, and we killed a bunch of their goblins. It was like 10 scouts or something. There were a bunch of thieves and bow gobs, and we killed a couple of them. And ever since then, my mountain home has been at war with this goblin faction. Like, they're always invading them, which is interesting. Gotta pump them digits? Nah, I'd rather not have to deal with that frame rate. Combat isn't the purpose of this fort. The purpose of this fort is to witness stories like Sui's husband getting put to death by the mayor because he committed a crime, and then the mayor marrying Sui. That's what I'm here for. Shit like that happening. Yeah, no, here the great enemy is the buzzards, the horned owls, the gray langurs, the kias, and the kangaroos. That's the great enemy. All of that. All of that. No, definitely. Yeah. I mean, today we had that one really sad death where Belug died. All right, Taurus the merchant. I'm going to have to send you back. Another kind of interesting thing happened once where a dwarf got expelled, and then I checked later and realized that they'd become the mayor of one of the... Free after being released from confinement, satisfied remembering work. You want to make romance? Oh, that sucks. You know what? I'll give this dwarf another shot. If you tantrum one more time, though, you're getting expelled. Besides, if I was actively invading the goblins, there'd be no goblins left. I wonder how old my mayor is. 148 years old. Damn, getting up there. Very empathetic. Feels a lot of empathy when being yelled at. An unbreakable will, an astounding feel for the position of his own body, stunning feel for spatial relationships, an uncanny intuition, an unbreakable focus, a natural inclination towards the language, and very good creativity. Little patience. That's my mayor. Why'd you path back in there, you big silly? I've never actually had that happen, though. They've been pretty good about not dodging off of edges. Although I did have one baby fall off the edge while we were constructing them. Because mom got dive bombed by a buzzard, and baby got thrown, and little Peter Selly went splat. Felt kind of bad. Not gonna lie. Also, at the same time, kind of hilarious, but you know. Thought babies bounce? Not when they fall like 12 Z levels. Also, Stone 2, I think, was smacked by a buzzard while we were building the tower, which is full of bees, which is making mead, which goes all the way up here. This area is filled with bees. I wanted them to be really high up so that they didn't accidentally sting my animals and cause frame rate. But he was hit around here. And this was before this other ledge here was here. And he fell all the way down, all the way down, all the way down, all the way down, and went splat around here. Although the combat log was kind of brutal because he bounced off multiple layers of stairs on the way down. So it was like collided with obstacle. The leg takes full force of the impact, explodes into gore. Arm takes full force of the impact, explodes into gore. Chest takes full impact, explodes into gore. Teeth sailed off in an arc. It was pretty brutal. Bits and pieces of him landed everywhere. Also, there was one time a child here had his forehead caved in with a pickaxe by a dwarf because that child murdered my baron. And one of his arms landed up here. Now, they did bury the child's body, but I didn't realize that there was an arm up here. And the arm sat here for about 15 years, and I kept seeing the little moodlet in the dwarves' brains stating that they saw Morden's dead body. And I couldn't figure out why. And then I realized, and then someone in chat had the idea of, just look in the stock menu and see if you can find an extra piece of his body that's not buried. And we found his arm up there. Anyway. Yeah. Shoutouts to Morden. Born in the year 15, struck down by the dwarf Hops with a copper pick in the year 27. Slayer of Tapioca. My Baron. In the year 27. It took us till about year 50 to find that. Scarred many dwarves. We lost many good dwarves because of that. Many good dwarves. So yeah, that's those are some of the stories that have come out of Longdeath. Just some of the stories. You'd be traumatized as well? I feel like you'd get used to it after a bit. But maybe I'm just crazy, I don't know. Although I think pretty soon here it's going to be time to switch over to the Patreon game again. For those of you who missed yesterday, I started futzing about with a game that people have been bothering me to play for a little bit. Which is Wayward. We played a little bit of it yesterday. It was a rocky start, to put it kindly. But we'll be giving it another shot. Glutton for punishment? I mean, you know how it is. You guys voted on it. I'm gonna figure out how to play that damn game. As much as I think that the Dwarf Fortress UI is better designed than the Wii UI in that game, I've had a day of separation from it. We'll try it again, damn it. There's a buzzard head there. Keep finding bits of buzzard in random places where they shouldn't be that dwarves can't pick them up. Which I think is kind of hilarious. What, that DF has better designed UX? Sasspot? I just want more text, less little icons. Little icons are incomprehensible. I need somebody to put more bins in here. I mean, I have like no issues with the UI outside of that. It's obtuse as fuck for new players. But it's kind of like driving manual. Once you've driven manual, you don't really want to do anything else. Or at least, I assume it's like that. I've never driven manual, so I don't know. Accepting, remembering, retching, and miasma. Wanderer after communing with their god. Content, blissful, fantastic dining room. Wants to practice some martial art. Might be time to practice some martial arts. But that might be a task for tomorrow. Today's Monday. Tomorrow's Tuesday. Just a little trail of dwarves with wheelbarrows bringing all those boulders up. Few things more satisfying than that. I mean, I have a feeling that when the Steam version of DF drops, if it still has the capability for the same what's the word? Hotkeys, which I assume it will. There will definitely be like a portion of the players that like look at people who still play on keyboard like, the fuck's wrong with you? And have it the different UI change. I have bad news for you, Scoots. Gonna have to send you back to Veiled Clasp, Taurus. Bye, man. Tantrum too many times. No, really. It really is. Hey, Devil. What's up? I mean, if you listen to my most recent interview with Tarn, he straight up states bluntly that they're not supporting the old UI anymore. Which means even DF Classic is going to get some version of the new UX. Also, investments are open. Heads up, chat. I'm actually really curious to see, like, that's something I'd love to see in an update, actually. I would love to see what DF Classic looks like currently with the new UI. I know it's not what everybody on Steam wants to see, but, like, I would really like to know what DF Classic looks like right now in Tarn's, like, back-end working stuff. I'd be really curious to see what that UX looks like with ASCII. Well, I mean, if I pop it up, hold up. Where's that screenshot I'm looking for? Like, this is, I don't know how much you've been keeping up with this shit, right? But this is the Steam version, right? So this is the new UX. That's the minimap. I assume that'll be minimizable, just like the minimap currently is. The new minimap actually looks kind of rad. I really like the new minimap. That's the new moon, so instead of up in the top right, you have some of the Z menu stuff just stuck in here. You have a moods listing up there, which is interesting. You have your idlers and your population. So I have a feeling that this will probably still be here, but I'd assume in the ASCII version, probably more compressed. And then that's your build screen down here. So the build stuff will pop up along the bottom. And assuming all the hotkeys are the same, more or less, I don't think it really matters. The only difference is, like, you can clicky those buttons, right? But yeah, like, really? And then there's your weather over there. So, like, I'm fine with it as long as, like, the hotkeys are the same / rebindable hotkeys. If there's rebindable hotkeys, then it don't fucking matter, because everything's still going to have hotkeys. It'll all still be muscle memory. I have no idea. Wave depletion. So yeah, I don't know. I'm not against anything that they're doing with that. I think it's all good stuff, and it'll make the game more approachable to newbies, which is majorly important. But, you know, there's definitely some not cause for concern, but like understandable concern, I think. The big concern that I have, Scoots, is what Tarn's been talking about with like the requirements for new players that W, A, S, and D would move camera around. But at the same time, we already have arrow key movement, so I guess they could just leave that on arrow keys. I don't know. I don't know how much of a shit you give, but there's a 2020 recap of everything that was released on my YouTube channel. If you don't want to go through the Steam stuff and you want to hear me babble about it. Or you could just go to the Steam news feed and just scroll down. Or the Bay 12 Games website even. All that shit just is there. Like, you can just go look at it. But, I don't know. I'm waiting until later in the winter / early spring, and then I'll see if I can have Tarn on again. Because there just isn't anything new to talk about right now. Currently, there's no reason to do that stuff. Good win, Touch Streak. Good win. Also, why Apple M1 chip specifically? You have no idea what that means? It's okay, it doesn't mean anything. You like my YouTubes? You're subscribed? Cheers, man. Yeah, I don't know. I know that there's a small portion of people that are real annoyed with my YouTube stuff, but people seem to like it because people are watching it, so I keep doing it. Regardless of if a small portion of people don't like what I do on YouTube, I don't care. Because it's working for me. And hopefully it keeps working. Although, not having to edit videos on stream is nice. I don't know anything about that chip set, wave depletion, but GF takes advantage of high-speed individual cores, not overall number of cores. So if you have a really high-clocked single core, you'll go. The game will run better than it would on, let's just say, an 8-core or something a little sillier. That's just how I understand it anyway. It supports x86 pretty well, so it should be okay. Yeah, I know like nothing about what Apple's doing. Although I have a hard time following non-Apple related tech shit because I follow video games. I don't follow hardware in particular, so... I mean, I follow vintage hardware and restoration stuff. And what, like, audiophile stuff is doing, but I don't follow what's going on in the hardware market department for computers, especially Apple-related things. I mean, multi-threading didn't really exist when Tarn started I mean, it did, but it wasn't super common when Tarn started coding it. You do realize that when Tarn started working on Dwarf Fortress, my house that I lived in at the time didn't have internet. Like... That's the reality I lived in. If I wanted to use stuff on the internet, I had to go to my friend's house. I think that this fort kind of proves that Dwarf Fortress is way better optimized than it used to be. because from Sethatos' description, Arch Crystal from like year 300 onwards was running at about 6 frames a second. And I'm still like around 40, 50 most of the time. And we're on year 123, which is pretty good. World is same as ever. No new news this time. That's unfortunate. On behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me bid you farewell to you and your stout dwarves. Let's do some trading, shall we? Another human caravan has arrived. It's that time of the year. But yeah, no, I have a i7-7700K processor, which is, if you're not familiar, an incredibly high clock speed per core. So it's one of the, from what I can tell, one of the better, if not the best CPU you could possibly have to be running DF. Because I have a faster clock speed than i9s. I don't know about the new Ryzen chips, but like on individual cores, I don't have as many cores, but simply put, my cores move fast. Look at all those crafts. I'm literally just gonna be giving this shit away. Actually, technically DF runs on 2 cores. The UI and the graphics run on one, and then everything else runs on the other. No kidding, King. No kidding. Mine was technically a stream donation. A friend of mine was, or somebody who watches the stream was upgrading his computer. And, asked me if I wanted some old PC parts, and I was like, "Oh yeah, it's 8-year-old PC parts." I'm like, "Well, so what is it?" And he's like, "A 2-year-old motherboard and CPU, 700K," and I was like, yes." So, bit of an upgrade from my 4770. King, what games do you play these days? Last time I checked in with you, you were just playing Harry Potter RP. That's good. I hope that you got some form of sort out for that issue that you were having earlier. Scared the piss out of me, Hobo. How you doing? Scared the hell out of me. Jesus. I like it when people claim that like RP, as in like on roleplay, as in Gary's mod. Because I don't know if you saw it, King. You need to watch Fogg's most recent mischief. Because Fogg put up a video of him and his friends trolling Gary's mod Harry Potter RP, which was fucking incredible. Absolutely incredible. From Phasmophobia to Cyberpunk to Pokemon, I too would dump Cyberpunk and go punk for Pokemon. I too would. Hobo, did you hear that world records are broken today? The most viewed stream of all time happened today on Twitch. Well, the most viewed individual streamer stream of all time happened today. 2.2 million concurrent viewers. Some Spanish bloke announcing a new Fortnite skin. In just chatting. 2.2 million concurrents. Apparently the Fortnite Twitter tweeted him out. I've got nothing against it. I think it's fine. Orange. Bum, ba, da, 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 dum. I prefer Spork. Somebody needs to make okay, so somebody needs to make a battle royale joke game and call it Spork. Just maybe even just like a fake trailer for a battle royale game called Spork. Someone needs to make that happen. Right, gamers? Yeah, right, gamers. Even worse is foreskin. I mean, I don't know if I'm going to go there, actually. Also, hey, Squawk, how's things? Skin for a goddamn game is getting the most views. I mean, it is the biggest game in the world. Also, Pirate Game God. I mean, it's 99 cents, so you might as well buy the Pirate Game battle, like, not really Battle Royale, but like Pirate PvP game with 12 people on each ship. I might just buy it because it's a fucking $1. Like, it's just a more PvP heavy Sea of Thieves styled game. That's all it really is. But it's a fucking $1, so yeah, grab it. Although I'll bet you we could just do an at everyone on Discord and be like, gifting this to the first 12 people that get into the call. Let's go make a crew. Charge. I mean, it's a really good game if you happen to have Game Pass, Caffeine. Still has fucking fantastic water tech, regardless of if you actually like the game. No, at launch it was pretty bland, but they've I think redeemed themselves on that one. We should do a Friday night game night. We should.
Bingus bongus.
Squugless Wugless. Thanks very much for the 43 months. Seriously, cheers, man. Thanks for being a friend. Thanks for sticking around. I mean, if you buy a game for $1 and you get a single hour out of it, it's worth it, right? Guns of Icarus made that like PvE mode thing, and I think that's all that really exists for Guns of Icarus now. Although let's see, Guns of Icarus Online is $5, and the most recent review says make it free to play. Then there's Guns of Icarus Alliance, which is the PvE thing, which is also $5, so probably dead would be my assumption. I like this review. Game would be 10 of 10. Game would be 10 out of 10 if anybody actually played it. R.I.P. Waiting for Cyberpunk to redeem itself? I wouldn't quite count on that. Also, chat, can we get a proper round of beers for Squug keeping that tier 2 subscription alive for 43 months? I don't think the entirety of that was 43 months, but was tier 2, but seriously, can I get a round of beers, please? Much better, chat. Sasspot requires a proper beer. So does Cooler. We need to fix these problems. Hey, Kook. What's up, man? Cheers. You know what I hope? Enjoy your lurks and have good dins, Squug. I would say that regardless of how Cyberpunk is doing, playability-wise, that game made a lot of fucking money. I don't care what the reviews are. I don't care what people have to say about it. I don't care about the problematic writing. I don't care about any of that shit. Give your fucking employees a day off. I'll go way further than patching that fucking game. Your N key seems to be failing. That's unfortunate. I had a friend who had a laptop whose Q was completely dead, so he always had Q copy pasted, and he got real good at typing Q by CVing all the time. Copy paste, Control V, Control V, Control V to Q, because you don't need Q all the time. Did it make money? Cyberpunk made its money back in a week, less than. They sold 8 million pre-orders. 8 million pre-orders. Yes, they made their money back. And their marketing budget. Cyberpunk made buttloads of money. They made incomprehensible amounts of money. Incomprehensible amounts of money. To the point where I can't Spock properly. Let's buy a llama wool rope for all that. There you go. Yes, they made stupid fuck you money. I don't get I don't get day off either, but like they work for an actual company, so they should get days off. I am my own boss, and I am a shitty boss, and I make myself work too much. Those guys should get a day off. To give you an idea, the lowest player count that Cyberpunk 2077 on Steam, just Steam, has had since launch is higher than the highest player count The Witcher 3 has ever had, and that game has been like $10. So, yes. It's also the highest selling PC game of all time on Steam. The highest individual number of copies sold. Like right now, let's actually look if that's still true. Hold on, let me double check. Witcher 3 Wild Hunt. So the highest player count that Witcher 3 Wild Hunt ever had on Steam is 103,000. Okay. Cyberpunk 2077. Okay, now it's dropped below. Although it's still peaking at above the highest player count that Witcher 3 ever had. So it's down to 74,000 players. But it's still peaking almost at that. And that's on a fucking Monday. Over the weekend, it peaked at 140,000 players. There was a little dip over, but yeah, that's because it's fucking Monday. On Saturday, they peaked at 150,000. Their low point over Saturday was 100,000. Yeah, it's still sitting at higher average players counts than Witcher 3's ever had. And it's been out for how long now? Since before Christmas? Yeah, they've made dumb money. Like, laughing all the way to the bank money. Like, they don't even fucking care that that game isn't for sale on PlayStation right now because they have so much fucking money. They're too busy sitting on their piles of money, bathing in money, to give a shit about the fact that their game is busted money. They're doing just fine. And it states that games don't need to fucking function at launch because fuck you money. All you need is good marketing. And put Keanu Reeves in your game. Womp, 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 womp. Audio, what up? They're getting sued by their own investors, but they're just laughing because they have so much money. So yes, they're making lots of money. Like, that game had 800,000 concurrent players at peak, and every single one of them spent full price on that game. Like, that's stupid amounts of money. Olympic pools filled with $1 million bills. And that's not including good old games sales, which they were pushing very heavily. That's not including any console sales. That's not including any other platform. That's just Steam. It's also an Epic store, isn't it? Pretty sure it is, isn't it? Yes, it's also an Epic store. So yeah, that's not counting Epic Store as well, which means there's a fractured player base. I'd say it's probably like not minuscule, but significantly smaller than the Steam player base, but still. Speaking of, I should go claim Crying Sons. Crying Sons, is it any good? I already have it on Steam, so technically this is my second copy. It's okay. I mean, how much time did I put into the Steam version? I could actually tell you, because I streamed it when it launched. I got 14 hours out of it on Steam, and I enjoyed that 14 hours. So, it's good. I like it. It's kind of like FTL, but sort of like, instead of having a ship with little dudes on it, you're a capital ship with little fleets. It's fun. I enjoyed it. I wouldn't say it's brilliant. It's not world-changing. It's fine. Although my favorite money flex on the topic of video games with bajillions of dollars is Epic Games bought a mall. A shut-down mall that's really close to where their headquarters is. For $90 million. Which is funny because in a world where Fortnite is making $3 to $5 million a day, they like basically sneezed and bought a mall. And they're transferring it. They're transferring this mall, which is 5 times the size of their current headquarters, into their new headquarters. So they're gonna completely refurnish the entire thing, like clean the entire inside of it out, rebuild it all, and make it into a mall, or make it from a mall into their headquarters. They should leave the arcade in there, though. All right, so that is 7 hours into the stream, which means we've done about 5 hours and 15 minutes of Dwarfs. We had one of our oldest scholars who is around 160 years old die. You'd buy them all if you had fucking money? I probably wouldn't. I would probably donate a lot of money to charity if I had fuck you money. Anyway, I'd also probably be giving Bay 12 Games, like, if I had that level of fuck you money, I'd probably be giving Bay 12 Games 10 grand a month. Anyway, we're on the 1st of Gilena in the year 128, late summer. And that's Longdeath for today, I think.